All right, it is 4 p.m. and believe it or not, it is June 3rd, 2025. So we're going to get started with the City of Iowa City work session, and the first item is clarification of agenda items. And then I want to make sure it's no, okay. All right, we're hoping to ensure that Councilor Wyland is going to join us. We're not sure yet. But if so, just jump on and say something at any point. All right, we'll keep moving right along. We're going to go to item number 2, information packet discussion, May 22nd. Going to move on to May 29th, and there is IP5, the memo from the NDS director. So invite any comments at this time.
I would comment on IP4. There's no one who wants to comment on 5.
Yeah, go right ahead.
I want to say thanks to the city manager's office for continuing with sort of updates on sort of nuggets of information on housing in Iowa City, and the May 29th has some specific data on household size. So as we go through the comprehensive plan process, I think last time we learned that we're not only thousands of units short in Johnson County and hundreds in Iowa City, but we need to build 360 new units each year. The update that we got on May 29th has some specifics about household size. And I just would note that 37% of households in Iowa City are one person and 35 are two people. So I think that says a lot about the kinds of housing that we might need. And I'm looking forward to sort of merging all of this data together as we, again, work through the comprehensive plan and come up with strategies for the next 10 to 20 years of planning.
Councilor Moe, can you remind me, has the group done projections? Because I know that we have talked a lot. I mean, certainly it's a family-friendly city as well. And so 1 to 2, those are small units for families. So I'm just wondering, do you remember if there was a projection about the size? I want to say that there was a pie chart.
Yeah, they did in that study indicate what our current composition of household size is, and I think they assume that our composition of household in Iowa City continues to grow at the same rate. But I don't know if there's any more. That's just a projection. I don't think
Proportionally
growing was what they were assuming. Yeah,
that it's going to grow incrementally, and the need will grow incrementally at roughly the same proportion.
That is what we learned last time. Yeah.
Anything else from May 29th? All right, we'll move on to item number 3, University of Iowa student government updates, which I don't see them in the room. And USG, as we know, at least the summer is here. So we'll get some updates, I'm sure, in the near future. We'll move on to item number 4, which is a local option sales tax presentation and discussion. We're going to invite up Kirk Lehman. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Kirk Lehman, Assistant City Manager, to talk to you about Lost. So this has been a topic that we've been discussing for some time, and since the last time we talked about it, it's really become more and more important for a number of reasons. And so just wanted to lay some groundwork for you, give you some stuff to think about, and then we can decide whether to move forward from there. So in terms of the way that we've been discussing this, like I said, this has been something that's been floating around for a while. In 2022, when you first...
Recording in progress.
No worries. When you first updated your most recent strategic plan for fiscal year 2023 through 2028, it did include a financial strategy to grow the tax base, consider alternative revenue sources, and leverage outside funding to maintain core services, and to pursue community priorities while maintaining equitable property tax rates. Within that section, it also included a specific action step, which is found at 7.9. And it specifically says to consider alternative revenue sources such as a local option sales tax that can help achieve strategic plan goals, fund infrastructure and facility needs, and reduce reliance on property taxes. So the target date that we had set for this was sometime between fiscal year 2026 and 2028. I'm bringing it to you on the forefront of that time frame, and that's largely because, as you know, we've been facing some recent financial headwinds that have really brought this to the forefront as an important strategy that we need to be considering. So in terms of the things that we are facing that really boost the need for revenue diversification away from property taxes, you know all of these, we've been discussing all of these, but it is worth highlighting again. So the first is that, as you know, the state has been tinkering with property taxes, with comprehensive property tax reform. The most recent change that they made included a ratcheting down of our property tax rate over time as we phase out our library levy and also our levy that we use for climate action. That is paired with a penalty on growth, and as a growing community, that's something that we've been working through over the last couple of budget cycles, which really leads to that second headwind, which is limited growth in taxable property valuation. So while we are a community that's growing, we are a community that's been developing, we're not able to capitalize on it in the same way that we have in the past, where we've been able to grow out of some of these property tax reforms that we've seen at the state. So as a result, the net effect is really a stagnant property tax valuation that we've had, and we've even seen decreases in recent years. Most recently in both FY23 and FY24, we had a decrease in that property tax valuation. So compounding that issue are really those higher than typical inflationary pressures that we've been facing, where dollars don't go as far, and that really does chip at our ability to generate adequate funding for services. So as a result, we've had some issues with maintaining and expanding our partnerships with external organizations. At the same time, it's been creating challenges for us maintaining our core service levels, just keeping at the same service level. But what we see lost is really a revenue source that can expand what we can do, and it can also provide stability in the event that there are future impacts that will affect Iowa City over time financially. So what is lost? I say lost, it's local option sales tax again. Technically, it's a local option sales and service tax, so it does apply for more than just your consumption sales. But in Iowa, we do have a 6% sales tax that's imposed by the state, along with the ability to locally have an additional 1%. So that additional 1% that can be used by cities and counties, that's what I'm referring to when I refer to lost. So as a consumption tax, it is somewhat regressive, but there are a number of exemptions that are built into our lost provisions that really help mitigate some of those considerations, and they're really targeted at life necessities. So you think of things like housing expenses, which are one of your largest housing costs, things like rent, mortgage, and utilities, lost does not apply to that. Think of things like transportation expenses, so vehicle payments or gasoline, that's also something that lost generally doesn't apply to. And then you also have those expenses associated with daily needs, things like groceries, prescription drugs, health products. That includes feminine hygiene products, which were added in 2022. So there are a number of things, in addition to hotel and motel and some other smaller categories of expenditures.
Kirk, I'm sorry, can I interrupt really quick?
Yeah.
With hotels, motels, is that because it already has?
Yeah, so there's different taxes that do apply to different categories in this. Hotel motel is one of them. There's a separate hotel motel tax that can be levied by communities, but lost would not apply to that.
Right, that was,
Yeah.
and that was my question about why was it part of the exempt when it really,
It's exempt from lost.
right, in some circumstances, I can certainly see how
Yes.
this is a necessity. On the other hand, it's not necessarily something that you would think of
That
as
one's
like
not
a
really a necessity, but it's one that's exempt.
I mean, for some
Yeah.
situations, but I think you answered it. It's that it has its own tax,
Yeah.
correct?
Yes, that is correct. And there are a number of other things that aren't mentioned here. They tend to be smaller, not kind of these major daily life expenditures. But the state has really looked at these expenditures over time and has continued to expand them. So this year alone, they discussed adding toilet paper, laundry soap, and vitamins to this list that is exempt. That has not passed the State House, but they are constantly having these discussions. And in general, the trend that we've seen is exempting more items rather than less over time. So that's something to keep in mind. In terms of the way that LOST is adopted, it can be added to a ballot by a petition of either local voters or by city council action. And then once it's added to the ballot, it would need to be approved by a 50% vote of the community. So on that ballot language, it does require that you include the uses that you're going to spend LOST on. And that does include 50% for property tax relief. I'll talk a bit more about kind of those proposed uses later on, but that is something that is important to this. But really, the overall trend that we've seen across the state is that it's an incredibly common funding source that local communities use. 93% of jurisdictions that are eligible use it. That's more than 1,000 different communities. And it's become more common over time as property tax has been reformed by the state over time. And that does include nearly every major city, with the exception of Iowa City and Ankeny at this point. So what might LOST look like in Iowa City? Well, it really is collected at a county region. So the way that it works is that jurisdictions that opt in to participate with the local option sales tax pool all of the sales taxes together, and then it's reallocated at the county level based on a calculation of population and property tax valuations. So as jurisdictions are added or removed, it can affect the amount of lost revenues received by participating jurisdictions. If we zoom out in Iowa City, we have around $1 billion in RIO sales for about the last decade and a half. It is a relatively flat source of revenue that would potentially be there when you adjust for inflation. And one thing to note about sales tax is that sales tax can be pretty volatile. So you will see changes over time, especially as economic circumstances change. So on this graph, you can see in 2009, 2010, the effects of the Great Recession. And Iowa City never really saw those the sales valuations come back from that amount. However, this is based on storefronts, so there are some online sales that aren't part of this graph, but generally it can be volatile and it does change over time, which is important. So how does this pencil out given our understanding of the revenue formula then for Iowa City? We would expect that LOST could bring in somewhere between $8 and $10 million in revenue for the city. That number could change depending on what other communities participate as well. So right now, we know that other communities, there are many, I'll go through the communities that have already adopted LOST, but we also know that there are communities such as Coralville and North Liberty that are also exploring LOST currently. So whether they opt in as well could change that formulation. And again, I would like to add that tends to be a somewhat conservative estimate just because online sales is not included. But that's the best estimate that we have at the moment, somewhere between 8 and 10 million.
I had a question just for clarification. You stated that each community that is a part of this, of course, they have to determine, well, they would go to the voters and it has to be 50% or more to be passed. And I just heard you say that whoever is a part of this, there's a portion, it goes to the county, and then there's a portion that each jurisdiction that's a part gets. So University Heights right now, I understand, has a LOST.
Yeah.
So if the city of Iowa City becomes a part of that LOST, their funds and our funds are in the same pool?
Yeah, so it's all collected at the county level and then reapportioned based on that formula.
Okay.
And so we can also, depending on which jurisdictions are participating, it can affect other Johnson County jurisdictions lost allocations as well. From what I've seen, if we join, since we produce such a large amount of sales within the county, it's likely going to raise all boats.
Okay.
And Coralville is similarly positioned where they have a large number of sales, and so the expectation would be that if they joined, it would probably increase most jurisdictions' lost allocation.
I might be a slide behind, but I did have a specific question about actually University of Iowa and how they fit into this, specifically ticket sales and alcohol sales. Is that something that is within the purview of Iowa City's sales tax formula?
That is a great question, and I have a very detailed list of things that are exempt and taxable. I would believe that ticket sales would
Sorry,
count.
if this is something you can't answer on the spot, I
I believe that
understand.
alcohol would count. I don't know if, because it's affiliated with the university, if it's exempt. So I can get back to you on that.
Okay.
I believe that they would contribute to it. I mean, the amounts that I'm talking about are based on what's reported to the state, and that's the estimate that we used. So I'm not sure what's all a part of that necessarily.
Okay.
And then I have a question, going back to when you were talking, to the mayor's point, the University Heights just passed one. If we pass one, then is this like automatically a collective? I mean, because they did this on their own, right? And they're like, okay, and so currently whatever they're garnering is theirs.
Yeah.
But if we were to pass, if we were to say we want to get this on the ballot and it passes, then because the county, I mean, does that automatically mean that the pool is University Heights no longer controls their own destiny as far as they're lost?
No, so it's collected at the county level, allocated based on formulas, but each community that are participating adopted a revenue purpose statement that says how they use it. They can still use it. They still have full control. Each jurisdiction has its control over the funds that they're allocated through the formula.
Oh, but the allocation itself, the more people that join, I mean, like you were saying, all
Yeah,
boats raise.
It
So
can
it would
affect
be,
how much they're getting.
okay, that's right.
But
So it's not cordoned
it's not
off.
like we're preempting someone else's jurisdiction or anything.
No, but
It's a matter of, it just affects the amount of funds that are pooled and then allocated by the formula.
Okay. So they're not cordoned off, and I understand what you're saying. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions while we're at this moment? Okay, because I do want to highlight.
Can y'all hear me?
Oh, yeah, we
Yes.
can.
Welcome.
Am I just a scary voice from the sky right now?
No.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So I just wanted to make it clear out there for the record. When you said that Lost could potentially bring us in $8 to $10 million, that effectively means that effectively means $4 or $5 million because half of it has to go to property tax relief. Is that correct?
I would say it's $8 to $10 million because there's flexibility in what property tax relief can mean. I'll cover that as I kind of delve into staff's recommendation for uses of funds. But I'll cover that in a bit more detail later. I would say that it means $8 to $10 million in revenue for the city.
Thank you.
And to highlight kind of that volatility that I was talking about, what that really means is that it's important to keep in mind that loss doesn't provide the same steady growth that we see with property taxes. So again, in economic downturns, you do see a decrease often in sales, and so it is a relatively stable funding source. That volatility does need to be considered as we're looking at uses and as we start to talk through some of those things. So for example, it can be challenging to rely on loss for operational expenses. It tends to be better suited to things like capital projects or things like that, just based on some of those considerations that come into play. So with that, I did want to talk a bit about what we're seeing, or what we've seen in Iowa City, what we've seen in other communities. In Iowa City, we've actually had lost in the past. So we collected most recently from 2010 to 2013, when we collected $34 million for flood mitigation projects. Now, that lost was established with the sunset, which puts a date at which the collection of that local option sales tax ends, but it was really intended to help us accelerate some of our flood mitigation projects. So it was a key that unlocked some really transformational projects in Iowa City, including our Dubuque Street reconstruction, or the Gateway Project as it's called, our expansion of our South Wastewater Treatment Facility, and then also our Riverfront Crossings Park. And those first two are actually some of the largest projects that we've had in Iowa City. So without Lost, it really is not possible that these could have been done at the same pace that we completed them in. So it really can be a transformational tool. It's been a transformational tool in Iowa City in the past. In 2014, we also looked at reestablishing Lost. So at that time, we did put it on the ballot for the entire county, where every jurisdiction in Johnson County had the opportunity to vote for Lost. We did initiate it, but at that time, contiguous cities in Johnson County had to vote it up or down as a group. So that law has since changed, which is why University Heights has been able to do it separately, and we're able to do it separately, even though the allocation formula still exists. So at that time, we had really focused our Lost on looking at streets and trails, property tax relief, and affordable housing. It would have narrowly passed in Iowa City. There was a 50.3% yes vote to that, but because we were voting with other contiguous cities, it did not pass. That being said, several other jurisdictions did pass Lost at that time in Johnson County that were not contiguous with us. And many of them adopted it with a 10-year sunset, which I'll discuss when I get to what we see in other communities around Johnson County.
Just so I've got my math, since that's been 10 years ago, and it actually looks like probably would have been worth more than 8 to 10 million back then, because the sales dipped at some point. So just so I've got my math correct, that means potentially we would have had $80 to $100 million over the last decade for some of those projects listed here, the streets, trails, property tax relief, and affordable housing, correct?
Potentially.
I just want to ask you, for 2014, you said like the attempt has been failed. Is this the only time after the 2013 we attempt to do it, or we did after that? Have we done it again?
That was the most recent attempt. So how are other communities using Lost currently? What we see in other large metro communities, almost all of them are using it. Like I said, currently of the largest communities in Iowa, it's really only Iowa City and Ankeny that are not currently using Lost. What you'll see in front of you is a chart of those different communities, when it was adopted, the amount of revenue that they're getting from it, and then also their purposes. As you look at these, you'll see that there's a lot of common themes that kind of come to the forefront. So first is that Lost is really used for a lot of similar types of projects. One of the most common is property tax relief, as you might expect, given the fact that that is a state requirement as of 2019. But you'll also see that it's very commonly used for infrastructure and public facilities expenditures. So you'll see things like streets, capital projects. And again, because of the nature of Lost, its volatility, and because it's one of those few levers that can really unlock large-scale projects, it makes it a really common funding source for those types of projects. You'll also notice that there are some pretty flexible categories that you'll see cities use that allow them to address local priorities, things like community betterment, quality of life, neighborhood improvements. Those can be used for a variety of projects based on what councils deem important at that time. And then another common use can be public safety. So it can be incorporated under those other more flexible categories. Sometimes you'll see it separately. A lot of the time that's just due to it being a large part of city budgets. The second thing that you'll notice is that most of the other large cities no longer have a sunset on their Lost. This is really, so when it comes to sunsets, some people view that as a way to provide accountability to the public because it would have to come to a vote again to be reestablished. However, it does mean that it's harder to use Lost for long-term planning, long-term projects, and to really focus on those long-term priorities. So when we look at Lost without a sunset, you'll see communities that make sure that they're accountable through their budgeting processes, through public outreach, and then ultimately through their elected representatives who make those decisions about how to use funds within the realms of that revenue purpose statement that you'll see them adopt.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So I see that it says Waterloo has 20% property tax relief. I'm assuming that's because there was probably a law change since 1991 and they're like grandfathered in. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Many of these communities that established established it long before 2019 when that 50% property tax relief became a requirement.
Okay, thank you.
But now it's only 50%. It have to be 50% for the property tax relief.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I'll talk-
Cannot be less than 50, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And you'll also see Johnson County, many communities have implemented LOST at this time. You'll notice that many of them did it in 2015 when we put it on the ballot, and those communities that are non-contiguous established their LOST at that time. A lot of those did have a 10-year sunset associated with them, so they have since gone back and redetermined that LOST is something that they want to continue, and a lot of them have eliminated their sunsets. In fact, all of them have eliminated their sunsets at this time.
Did they have to go back to the public for that?
Yep.
Okay.
So anytime you change a revenue purpose statement or amend, what was voted on, it would have to go back to the public.
What is the mechanism for eliminating one that does not have a sunset?
So you would go back to the public and say,
Have a referendum to eliminate the LOST?
it would just be like you're implementing it, but it doesn't have a sunset, and then they vote if they
Okay.
vote it up or down, essentially. But you'll see that they've moved away from sunsets. You'll also see kind of the same uses. One thing that's unique with a lot of the communities in Johnson County that you don't see in the large cities is that many of them have any lawful purpose. So again, that's kind of the ultimate flexibility in how to use LOST. It doesn't dictate specific uses, but it does allow that maximum flexibility to address changing circumstances, especially for communities that don't have a sunset affiliated with it. So in some cases, communities will have a statement of intent about how they plan on using those funds. Sometimes it'll be formal as a resolution. Sometimes it's just, this is what we're going to use it for. But at the end of the day, again, that accountability really comes from your elected officials and then also just from your annual budgeting processes. So I've kind of talked about these special considerations already, but it really does facilitate those large projects that otherwise require a greater reliance on property taxes or utility rates if it's tied to like an infrastructure project, and sometimes voter referendums as well. So again, streets, bridge, and utility projects, parks and trails, development of modern facilities, and then also government facility renovation, just reacting to the demands of a community. And then I've already talked enough about the volatility, but I just want to drive that home. So in Iowa City, we've been looking at LOST as a funding source for a few years now and have identified some potential uses for it through various plans and through City Council strategic priorities. The first is our pavement management program. So in Iowa City, we have 237 miles of streets, and we generally have a pretty well-conditioned network that tends to perform above peer averages. However, over time, we're projecting a long-term decrease in our road use tax, which is really what helps us maintain our pavement quality. So based on our current projections, we're expecting our pavement quality to degrade over time, and we just don't expect to have enough funding to maintain current levels. As you do delay projects, that can increase their cost over time. So in terms of the degradation that we're projecting, you can see the black line, I believe that's black on the graph, which is obviously the lowest line where you have the largest decrease in the pavement condition index. So in our pavement management program, we have identified LOST that could potentially be used to help stabilize some of this funding and maintain current conditions. So there's a range of funding proposals that could occur that are all present on this graph. That top line is basically if all of LOST is used for it plus current stuff or plus current funding levels. And then a variant in between of what that might look like if certain percentages are allocated. Obviously, there are different options to approach that. And it's not to say that we can't use property taxes to fund streets as well. But it does require a considerable increase in property tax rates. So what LOST helps us achieve could be increasing our pavement or maintaining our pavement quality without going into greater debt or raising property taxes. And in some ways, this is property tax relief, since you are avoiding the issuance of debt if that is the route that you are going.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, so if you are foregoing the possibility of debt that would otherwise be funded by a property tax debt levy, that is a form of property tax relief through property tax avoidance.
And that counts under lost as that 50%, so some money of, okay, I'm seeing not only you, but several audience members. Shit.
Yep.
Thank you.
Some other needs that have been identified for capital projects are really public facilities. So in the strategic plan, you note that design replacement and renovated facilities for operational efficiency, capacity for growth, employee safety and health, resilience, alignment with climate action goals, and civic pride. So that's action 5.6. So that is really also included in there, since there is a great need for public facilities. Now, with public facilities, they do also face an increased challenge if they are funded through property tax debt, because above a certain dollar threshold, they often trigger an additional 60% voter approval to borrow those funds. So those are the types of projects that you often see communities use LOST for. So it's a good candidate for those types of projects. And in Iowa City, I mean, we've listed them a million times, but things like improvements to the senior center, the land acquisition and construction for a new fire station 1, a recreation center modification, joint public safety center, city hall modernization and expansion, and there's numerous small projects that come up, including roof replacements, generator replacement, HVAC lighting, et cetera. All the things that are needed for a city to operate and to provide the services that it requires.
Kirk, when LOST is used for public facilities, I assume we want the facility now and then use LOST into the long term to pay back debt on that? Is that how we would structure that? And is that, okay.
It can be structured a number of ways, but
Okay.
you can use it for debt, yeah.
But it doesn't have the same rules as general obligation bonds as far as breaking them into the groups and voting on them, right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
We also did go out to the public to identify communities as part of our community survey. So this has been important in shaping staff's recommendation to approach LOST. When we look at the priorities of the public through this statistically valid survey, the highest category that got voter approval or that would generate voter support, according to this survey, is streets, bridges, and sidewalks. That was 72% approved of that as a use. We also saw some other top categories being affordable housing, parks, trails, and natural areas, and social services. So you'll also notice that generally property tax relief was not a priority, but again, that is a state law requirement and can be approached a number of ways.
And where was this taken?
This was last fall. And then the final logistic piece that I wanted to talk about before delving into staff's recommendations, and then I'm going to open it for questions for you and then keep going.
Sorry.
You've been asking questions the whole time, so it's fine. If we don't have any more, that's great. So in terms of timeline, it's relatively tight if we want to get this on the November election. There's really only 3 meetings that you would have, one in June, one in July, and one in August, and we would need a resolution at your August 19th meeting to get this on the November ballot. That being said, there are other opportunities to get this on ballots. So there are special elections. You can do it on future ballots. But to get it on the November ballot, you would really need to execute this quickly. And we'd need to notify the auditor by August 29th. And then it would be voted on November 4th and would potentially be in effect July 1st. So any questions kind of on that background stuff? Since it's a lot of information that I'm throwing at you, you've been asking throughout, so I don't know if you have any more, but just wanted to take a second to pause.
I just have one on that timeline again. You were saying, we would have to act relatively quickly because it has to be adopted
Yeah.
end of August. But you said there'd be 3 opportunities, and that's simply, it's not that we have to go through the same thing as we do like a P&Z where it's 3 readings. It's simply that our actual meeting times, like we have to decide on
Yeah.
this, craft it.
And it's
Go.
really
Okay.
that amount of time to collect any public input that you need to collect. It's
Absolutely.
that amount of time for you to deliberate on the language for uses. Those are really the 2 things that are going to be the
Big, yeah.
most challenging.
Okay. And I forget, actually. I know that in the Polco survey results, there was sort of a prioritization, but was there an overarching question of, are you in favor of Lost?
No, the overarching question was, how much would you support, if at all, a local 1% sales tax for the following public purposes? That was the
Oh,
question that
okay,
we
so I
asked.
mean, so that,
We intended
part of that
at
was
getting to
shaved there.
both.
okay, gotcha. It wasn't just like, what do you think is important? It was attached to that there's,
Yep.
okay, thank you.
Regarding the timeline, the steps basically between now and August 19th, is it realistic to, at our August 19th meeting, vote for a resolution and expect there to be enough time to actually get people excited and go out and vote for that? Or does this need to happen faster than August 19th?
So
This is the worst, this is the last minute option.
the last minute.
This is the like, our working backwards calendar might start sooner than August 19th?
the county auditor would recommend the sooner the better, but we want to provide the opportunity, or we wanted to provide you an understanding of kind of that last possible timeline. But
This
like I
is the
said-
hard deadline, not, yeah,
Yeah,
a
and
goal.
I would also add that the city's responsibility in this is to educate, really.
Yeah.
So we as the city can't advocate for a ballot measure, but we can educate, and that's really a lot of what our role would be.
Thanks.
Okay, so with that, now we can get into the exciting stuff. So because of that timeline, we thought it would be easiest for staff to provide a recommendation or a starting place for you to begin your considerations about what ballot language might look like and what that distribution might look like for the potential use of Lost. And we really did base it on a number of factors. So, we're basing it on your strategic plan, on the public input that we've received to date, and on some other factors as well that I'll get into as I dive into it. But this is kind of the overall distribution, with 50% dedicated towards property tax relief, 20% for housing initiatives, 20% for streets, parks, and public facilities, and 10% for community partnerships. I'll have a slide on each of those in a minute. That 50% is really because of the state requirement. Again, there's some flexibility in how that's implemented. The 20% for housing initiatives really came about as a discussion that was started by Greater Iowa City, who's currently advocating for Iowa City, North Liberty, and Coralville to adopt Lost and to use it for a regional priority. Now, as may not be a surprise to any of you, housing is our top regional priority for many. And so they provided some language, and since it's strongly supported by our strategic plan, we felt comfortable adding that into our Lost distribution. As far as the other communities, it's really up to them to determine what their priorities are and how they want to implement Lost, if they want to implement Lost at all. So for that final 30% then, again, we looked at the other council priorities, taking into account the special characteristics of Lost funding, as well as the results of our community survey and the need for flexibility, since we're also recommending that there not be a sunset. And we really settled on 20% for streets, parks, and public facilities as a flexible way to address multiple priorities of council, in addition to many of those capital project priorities that council's identified. And then finally, that 10% for community partnerships. As you know, we've been facing budget pressures that have affected our ability to expand partnerships in the past, especially with those external agencies that we tend to work with through things like aid to agencies, our arts and culture grants, and other efforts that we like to provide. So this is a chance for us to really expand those partnerships. That being said, again, none of these are really set in stone until you adopt a resolution that lays out your proposed uses. So it's intended to be a starting place. So now I'll go into each of those slices in a bit more detail to just discuss what that might look like and some proposed ballot language at the same time. First, property tax relief. That's the simplest, since the percentage and the language is basically dictated by the state. However, again, it can be flexibly implemented, so it can include property tax reductions, where the property tax rate is reduced and made up for by lost funding, but it can also include property tax avoidance, which could come from either minimizing future issuance of debt through our debt service levy, or it could also be foregoing the use of other levies that we have the ability to utilize. So both of those things could be considered property tax avoidance, and we do see other communities that commonly utilize both of these strategies to provide that property tax relief. In general, we think that that combined approach is probably going to be best, since it can help us accelerate our investment in necessary infrastructure while simultaneously meeting some of our goals of reducing reliance on property taxes and making our property tax rate more competitive. In terms of housing initiatives, the language and percent that we utilized is based on the Greater Iowa City's request. As you'll notice, the language is pretty inclusive, so it's flexible in its approach, which allows council to really dictate the best way to increase the housing supply and improve housing affordability while also supporting housing more generally at any given time. For this one, I don't really feel a need to get too far into the rationale, since it is such an important topic that has been discussed at Iowa City for so long, other than to say it supports multiple strategic plan items and is one of the categories that got the highest level of support in the community survey.
I do have one question. In that list, it talks about shelter supports. Is there sort of a cross-pollination then with
Partnerships?
community partnerships?
So there might be some project that requires funding that could fall into multiple categories. Realistically, the way that this would be allocated is we would have our use statement. Every budget cycle, we would very clearly delineate what we plan on spending our lost dollars on. Again, that's really where that accountability piece comes in. So it could be in multiple categories. That next piece is streets, parks, and public facilities. So you'll see that we have proposed language. This one I will read because it is a little different. So maintenance and construction of streets, sidewalks, trails, parks, and public facilities that support arts, culture, learning, recreation, and public safety as designated by City Council. So this proposed language is pretty flexible, but it's more defined than you'll see in a lot of those other communities that use language like any lawful purpose. So we did want to provide some guidance as to what we plan on using it for. But the intent is really to list things that are strong strategic plan priorities and that are also supported by the community survey results that we've seen. Again, there is an opportunity to tweak language as you discuss it over time. This is really intended to be a starting place. But what this does is, without a sunset, it is important for council to have flexibility to address issues as they come up throughout the community. And it's really up to council to determine the best way to meet those needs. So we tried to make it broad enough to be flexible, but also focused enough that it is facing priorities of council. And then finally, community partnerships. This is really a reflection of the strategic plan value in your strategic plan of partnerships and engagement. It is more externally focused than some of the others, though the other ones can be externally focused depending on the projects identified. But it's really a reflection of the fact that we have so many great social service, arts and culture, economic development, governmental partners, and we wanted to make sure that there's a way to expand those partnerships over time. And this really does allow us to do more than we have in the past, and it creates a more stable, dedicated source of funding that might not otherwise be there if state or federal policies change over time as well. So we see this as providing some stability to some of our external partners that we work through. So with that, any questions about kind of our proposed starting place that might help facilitate your conversation a little bit?
Kirk, could you maybe just reconcile those last comments about the stability of funding for some of these partnerships with the volatility of the funding source, right? Or maybe just be more specific as to what you mean.
Sure. When I'm talking about the stability of the funding source, I mean there's a dedicated source of funding for community partnerships.
Okay. Rather than just general fund, how we do it now?
Correct.
Okay. All right.
And then I have questions just about the broadness of the language.
Yeah.
Can you just maybe speak to that, especially when it comes down to housing initiatives? You kind of spoke about this, the streets, parks, and public facilities, but just wanted to go back to that one.
Yeah, so for the housing one, that's really the language that was provided by Greater Iowa City. And again, it's pretty broad and flexible in the way that it can be used to support housing currently, as it's currently worded. There's an opportunity for you to fine tune language, or if you wanted to tighten up the language, there's always the opportunity for you to do that as you would determine your resolution. But this is really to be able to support any kind of housing initiative throughout the region.
And how would this work? Let's say, you know, the broad languages on the ballot, that's what the community has agreed to. The council actually votes annually on how those funds are distributed under that broad heading. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, if I may, one of the reasons I think we're leaning towards broader language is that we're also coupling that with a no sunset. If you were to bring that sunset, introduce a sunset, and you say you do a 10-year lost or a 20-year lost, I think you could fine tune that language a little bit more, but I'd encourage you to think about what the needs of the housing or public facilities may have been 20 years ago. And then think about what those needs may be 20 years from now, because that's really the time frames that we're talking when you don't have a sunset. So we want to keep that broad. We also don't know what curveballs come our way, right? We had to work through the pandemic several years ago, and the housing needs changed overnight with that pandemic. So we want to make sure that there's enough flexibility here. The language that Greater Iowa City has provided here, I think does a good job of indicating the types of programs that we intend to fund, but it also has a catch-all at the end, you know, for transparency here. It says other housing projects designated by the city council. And I think that's important not only in the short term, but again, 20, 30, 40 years from now, when hopefully this funding source is still around aiding the city in whatever those strategic priorities may be.
But I think like while we are saying it is like broader and just general, still there is specific things here, which is, I don't understand it, like maybe rent rehabilitations. What do you guys mean by that? Is this something the city will be doing it, or like, you know, home improvement? And there is specific, even though you're saying this is general, but it's not general. It's really specific things here happening, and I don't know, like, who's going to be taking care of those things? Is this a city? Is this like another entity?
So that would be up to city council in any given year. So typically what you would do, again, is through your annual budgeting process, just like you do now, you would say, this is our pot of funds that we have for, just to call it generally, for our housing initiatives, that we can spend these monies on things such as housing supply and access, workforce housing, housing improvements, rental rehab. It doesn't mean that city council has to do each of those things. It means that city council would say, okay, we're going to dedicate X percentage of this towards rental rehab. We're going to do X percent towards land acquisition for affordable housing. We're going to do X percent towards shelter support, for example. It can be any of those things, but it would really be through that annual budgeting process.
I had a question, or I suppose just a comment, if y'all can still hear me.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. I guess my only concern specifically with some of the broad language, specifically with housing, is that I feel as though if, God forbid, we have a less cool city council in the future, it leaves it open to letting the city subsidize market rate housing with it. And so I would really, I don't know, it concerns me if there's not maybe a specific thing in there about, like, these need to be units that are not that are non-market or something like that. That is still extremely broad, but it makes sure that we are not giving the ability for anybody to just kind of use this money to just kind of like give housing supply and say that they're doing something without without really doing the thing that we want to do, which is provide as much affordable housing as possible. I guess it's more of a comment, and definitely we'll be talking about it later. But yeah, that's just what I've been thinking.
I think just an observation on the proposed distribution where it's very, very broad, but it's not any lawful purpose, right? So we're taking the 50% that's not property tax relief with the understanding that that can include avoidance, which would free up other dollars, so it's somewhat fungible. To me, this sounds like of that 50%, we believe that housing initiatives and streets, parks, and public facilities, in whatever way we delineate that in the ballot language, is twice as important as community partnerships. And I appreciate that, it was already raised, there could be overlap in what we consider housing and partnerships, or probably even public facilities and partnerships, and thinking of some of the things that we've done in the past. But I just wonder if in this recommendation, how you gave consideration to let's just stay with like the Polco results and like those definitely over 50% categories, maybe not being similarly ranked, for lack of a better term, in this distribution.
Sure. So what I would say is we did our best estimate of, based on council priorities, the Polco results. That's really how we determined this percentages. The community partnerships one was one that we added in because we saw that as something that was important, and it's somewhat reflected in the Polco survey results, but not really. So we wanted to add that in. It's somewhat related to the social service agency one. But it's not just social service agencies. It can be used for a variety of things. Part of that is also the ARPA cliff that's coming that we expect to be impacting other agencies as well. So again, as it comes to the distribution, we did our best to come up with a recommendation, but it's really a starting place for your conversation to help facilitate that given the short timeline. So that, just like Councilor Wyline's comment, I think are important considerations as you look about how you're going to distribute things.
And the basic idea for not having the other 50% be any lawful purpose is just to give the voters more information of our intention?
That is correct.
Okay.
And is there a strategy to that? I mean, as far as like people want to understand what they're voting for and want parameters, then broad, I mean, yes, we have broad language, but that's really broad.
Yeah.
And would be legal.
Well, and it seems also that is a certain buffer, to Councilor Wyline's point, about the intentionality of how these funds are going to be put forward. If it's any lawful purpose, then, we could have a massive swing of the pendulum, and that council could say, some theoretical council could say 100% property tax relief, right? So it seems like this is a way to kind of shape, if I'm understanding it correctly. So, but I liked what you brought up, Councilor Burgess.
So I'll just say that I do believe that this is we need to do Lost to moving forward, and especially if we have future property tax reforms. I don't know if we've actually said that publicly, but I think, yes, we probably need to do Lost, so I'll be supporting it. As far as this first staff recommendation, I think it's very good and very close to where we should probably be. The one piece that we maybe haven't talked as much about, because we all want to talk about housing because it's so important to all of us, is that 20% streets, parks, and public facilities. And we had Polco results that said the community wants those. Just wanted to throw in the other dimension of that, and that would be with some of these, we have a really growing list of CIP projects that are unfunded and big CIP projects coming up, fire stations and city hall things, and we have just exhausted almost all but $1 million of our reserve fund. And the process for us to get to those facilities through general purpose obligation or central purpose obligation funds is going to be expensive. And like, this is a really great way of saving a lot of money and getting money to do those important projects we have to do. So just, that 20%, I know we haven't talked much about it, but I want to say that I think that's really important for us to be responsible moving forward to deliver as much services as we can for the least amount of costs.
I think, council, we could just have our discussion at any point. I mean, this.
Sorry, I think
yeah.
I just did, so.
Yes, no, it's, yeah, and so I invite you to remain there because there might be some questions that will come your way.
Perfect.
But council, yes, please feel free.
The only other thing I would say is next steps. I'll jump in and say that now before we get into discussion.
Sure.
Is really, the first step is making a decision and setting a date for Lost. So if you are looking at that November election, obviously that's going to be the most readily apparent. There's already an election there. Then you would need to look at finalizing ballot language relatively quickly and those percentages for uses as well. From there, it's a matter of preparing educational materials, since that is really our role as the city. And then once a resolution is adopted, we would inform the county and would move forward with the ballot that you so chose. So I'll sit down now. I'm happy to answer any questions, but
Sure.
with that, I can happy to let you guys discuss.
Thank you. All right, council discussion.
I mean, first of all, thank you to all of the Greater Iowa City and staff and everybody else for giving this a lot of thought. Thank you, staff, because this is not the first time we had a presentation. Back in December, we talked about this, which was really helpful. And so that, thank you for all the work that went into this. Yeah, I mean, I think the categories make sense to me. The percentages, I mean, we could talk about, I was doing just to kind of put things in perspective. If we're talking about 8 to 10 million each, as a projected value, so that means roughly 4 to 5 million, the property tax, housing initiative, at the current percentage, the 2020-10. So the 20% would be 1.5 to 2 million each year. The community partnerships would be 800,000 to $1 million, somewhere in that ballpark. And that, kind of just keeping in mind, we probably don't want to add, I don't think I'd be in favor of adding in any categories, because at a certain point, you create those pie slices are too small to make a big impact. So I wouldn't want to, do that. The other thing is just sitting here thinking about, again, thinking back, if this had passed 10 years ago, that would have been another, $20 million for affordable housing uses that we would have had over the past 10 years. I mean, so to me, that underscores the importance, even though you look at this and say, you might look and say, oh, well, our need is so big. This is, not going to do it, but it's every year. It's a repeating kind of funding stream, which to me makes a lot of sense, especially when you start thinking out at the speed of city, which is, measured more in decades than years, right? So
Yes.
just my original thoughts on this. I don't have any specific language. I do think striking the balance between specificity and generality is going to be important, and also not making it too complicated. I mean, I've seen ballot issues in other places fail just because the language got so convoluted. Nobody could, you'd need to have, 3 law degrees in order to understand them, and we don't, that's too much to put on a voter, or me for that matter.
I'll dive in and just say, I think August is too late for us to make that decision. I think the education component needs to start as soon as possible, which means I think we should work faster if this council is willing to work faster. I know I've been talking about this for over a year with people, and so I feel like the community members that I've spoken with, not everybody likes it, but understands. Some are against it, but overwhelmingly I hear people saying, yes, this is something we do have to do, given the way that the state has changed the way property taxes work. So I think it's the specifics of how it's divided agree with your comments on it should not be too specific, but needs to have some flexibility. But my only comment is I think we should work faster than August so that we can start the education component.
For me, I would like first to highlight why do I think tax is not the best option. It is an option, but it's not the best option. I believe it's really regressive hurt the poor the most because sales tax really take a big bit of the income of people who are already struggle. Low-wage workers and new immigrants spend most of their income on basic needs. A sales tax makes grocery, like grocery maybe is not taxable, but still the other supplies, like school supply, clothing, more expensive for them, even if the dollar amount is not the same as someone with higher income. I think it is increasing the cost of living. In a time of high rent, utility bill, and inflation, even a small sales tax added pressure on family living paycheck to paycheck. It is risks-depending inequality. I think immigrant refugees families, especially those newly arrived, often do not qualify for federal aid or depending on heavily and local affordability. So sales tax work against their stability and integration. And also, I think it sends the wrong message to the public. Public policy should say, we see you and we hear you and we will help you to get ahead. Not just we need to tax your needs to balance the budget. While I understand the need to raise for the revenue, and I understand we need this, I just feel really taxing poverty to fix poverty does not work. So if I just does not believe a sales tax is the best or most equitable option because it puts this greatest burden on those who are really low income. However, if others decided to move forward, I will support it, and we can move forward it. But I wanted to make sure it's not business as usual. First, the revenue must directly benefit low-income residents, especially the immigrants, single parent, and seniors, and people of color. That means, also I would like to talk about the percentage that we just have the 20 and 10%. I just believe, this is, we need to change this percentage to reflect the needs. If we're gonna really tax, again, we cannot tax the poverty to fix the poverty. So I just believe that, maybe we can look at the percentage and change it. And also, say, just housing. I don't want to say housing. Since we are taking this for the people who are really affected by this is the low-income people, I think we need to highlight very high, very clear, very bold, affordable housing. And child care access, job training, mental health, and social services. Those kind of things like that I want to see being highlighted. Second, the tax should include also sunset for me, so it does not become permanent without a review. We need to reassess its effectiveness and impact after about 3 or 4 to 5 years, and after that we can see if this is something going to be permanent. That will be my position.
Thank you for delineating the concerns, because I know that this is something that at first blush, people who are not familiar with Lost are not aware of the regressive components of it, and so I thank you for that, Mayor Pro Tem. I've struggled with this quite a bit because I know that it can disproportionately affect those who are most in need. Another facet that I do think is important to consider is, and I have heard not you, others who are have talked about its regressive nature, that what additionally needs to be thought of is the amount of people from outside the community who come here to spend their money every weekend, and that there is a great deal of money that we are leaving on the table that is not just it's a yes and. Yes, there are regressive components of it, and there are people who are coming here, spending a lot of money, and none of that is coming back into the community other than for, it's helping restaurants, it's helping, et cetera. Given the headwinds of property taxes and the fact that this is by no means done, the next legislature wants to do more property tax reform, I feel that this is a way, and because of the categorization, and I also agree that there should be some discussion about the proportionality of the percentages, that we are signaling to the public what the priorities are and how to build back into the community to strengthen it for those who need it most, as well as for the entire, at the same time that roads are not sexy and roads are not social services, everyone uses roads. And even if Iowa City's road condition has been deemed good, that is not what any single one of us have heard. So in terms of general improvements and perceptions of improvements, this is part and parcel. I think that there is some work that we need to do as council to look at the percentages and the proportionality. I like that there is a kind of a, there's a connection and a correlation between the community engagement survey about what matters priority-wise. But I think that there is some room for us to discuss how that works. At the same time that I just touted, yes, everybody uses roads and would like their roads improved, I personally am a little troubled by the fact that property tax bucket can go towards roads. I think that's awesome, in fact. But then to have another category that talks about parks, rec, and streets, I don't want there to be too much weight put on street repair, essentially. So those are, I won't say that they're small, but they're more detailed than right now, than perhaps the discussion right now. But with a lot of struggle and a lot of conversations about Lost, ever since I started running, several years ago, let alone before I got onto council, I know of its regressive nature, and yet I think that the conditions right now are such that this is a way that we actually can feed into the community, and that there is money that is coming from outside the community that we are not able to tap into right now. So I also think that we need to do a check and balance to say, how is this working? Are we getting the improvements that we are, that we want to through the annual budgeting process with these monies to see if Lost is worth continuing? So I agree with you on many points, Mayor Pro Tem, but I'm coming out of it slightly differently to say that I do support it, recognizing there has to be a lot of education and a lot of recognition of what this tax is and isn't.
That's a fair point. Actually, yes, thank you for that to both of you, because, the regressive nature is actually one of the reasons, I don't remember exactly, but I probably voted against the Lost back in 2014 for that exact reason. And had it not been for the incredible amounts of property tax mismanagement in terms of what's coming out of Des Moines over the last several years, I don't know that I would be in the position of considering it. I think that would be, I would much rather have us be funding this through the property taxes that we should be getting from things like the landlords and who got that 50% tax break over the last 10 years, thanks to the legislature. That would be my first choice. They've taken that away from us, and so I think that's kind of one of the reasons why I'm now considering this as a possibility. But had the situation been different, I think I'd feel differently about that. I think one of the things too, and you don't know this, hindsight being 2020, but had we as a city and our group of cities had passed it in 2014, we wouldn't have to be talking about 50% for the streets or for the property tax relief. We could be talking about 50% for affordable housing or whatever, but we wouldn't be, and still have 50% left over to do the other things. So, I second guessing maybe what I probably did 10 years ago. But again, I think that it is a regressive tax. It is not a first choice. But if our choices are limited and we still need to provide funds to help people that need the help, that might be, it's got to be something we got to consider. So.
I think for me, the regressive aspects of this tax suggest that we want to ensure that the uses are supporting those who are impacted by it. And I think the categories that we have will help do that. I do agree that the housing component maybe could be more limited in terms of affordability. I think it still could be very broad, but we have other tools for providing funds for market rate housing. And I think this particular bucket, because of the regressive nature, maybe should be limited for that aspect. I also, it's hard to talk about uses, like when, the public wants to know, will this fund social services? Will this fund parks and trails? Will this fund many different things that we could be talking about, but the way in which we spend money isn't always tied to the funding source, right? And so I know that, thank you for the presentation, Kirk, and kind of talking about how we can take what are different revenue sources and how they've been impacted, but we're like, this conversation is really about how it's going to be spent. So I don't really have a fully formed thoughts as to how we address that, but I think that's important in any education that we're doing for the public, that when it comes to our budgeting process, we have to consider available revenues and their allowable uses, and the way in which this pie is divided up looks, will be different than other available revenue sources, right?
Does that become its own, we have the general fund and then we have enterprise funds. Would this become its own funding pot?
Yes, we would probably
No,
have a
that-
distinct section. So during your budget review, which takes place January through March, we would specifically go through lost and walk you through how each dollar is intended to be spent. One thought that we had, knowing that this was going to be a struggle, when you're talking again about a no sunset loss, to having to have broad language, or not having to, but I think it's wise to have broad language. One thing you can do to signal to the public on how you expect to spend that, in the short term at least, is to produce some sort of resolution of intent, right? So that you develop this ballot language that you think is going to serve the city long-term, and that's an important responsibility that you have. Perhaps the most important responsibility that you have is making sure that this will serve the city long-term. But you, as 7 councilors, can also say, for the first 2-3 years, this is how we intend to use it. And be very clear. We are going to fund social services at this level. We are going to use streets to do more resurfacing. We are going to invest in the senior center interior project. Whatever that is, you can be more clear with the public through some sort of other resolution that doesn't show up on the ballot. Now, we're working up against a tight deadline. It's going to be hard enough for you to probably get this ballot language and the percentages split. So you have to weigh that into mind, whether you could do just that. Could you do the ballot language and then immediately turn around and do some sort of resolution of intent so that the voters know, at least this council right now plans to do X, Y, and Z?
That's helpful. I think especially, mentioning things like the ARPA cliff and how, like, the needs that we're seeing right now in the immediate future. Thank you for that.
So I agree with my fellow councilors that it is definitely a regressive tax. We are well aware of that. And I think we have to be intentional at how we're going to allocate the funds to make sure that it is those that are most in need, and I've heard that as well from my fellow councilors, that are receiving the benefits of these funds. Certainly, anytime we're talking about our public transit, right now it's fare free. We just heard about the ARPA cliff. That is absolutely going to happen, not just for some city services, but for some of our community partners out there that provide critical services to many of our community members, but even those that are most vulnerable. And so I think when we do move forward, we want to make sure that it is very clear of our intent of who we're going to be helping, because I think it can, kind of get sidetracked, potentially if we're not just recognizing the opportunities that we have that can really impact those that are needing the most support. Again, I do think that loss has a great benefit to our community overall, and even to those that are at risk of having low income. This can improve their lives. We have, as we just heard from Councilor Alter, folks coming into our community from all around the world that aren't, they're really absolutely enjoying the community. But there's an opportunity that we have to receive some of those funds to really better the quality of life for those that are living here. And so I think that is the opportunity that we have. And from that lens is why I'm going to support this and kind of signal to staff. Sound like there are enough support to signal to staff to kind of move forward. Now I hear the broad language, and one of the reasons I wanted to ask that question specifically about the housing initiative is because we know that the council's strategic plan and the heart of this council and the needs in this community is affordable housing, without a doubt. It is absolutely necessary. This council is taking some bold actions and zeroing in on our efforts when it comes down to affordable housing. And I think because of the positions that we're placing ourselves in, becoming developers ourselves, we may be able to really move the needle quite a bit through this housing initiative. And so I do think that, yes, it is regressive, but I think that if we are intentional on of how we're going to allocate these funds on an annual basis, I do think that folks will benefit that have been negatively or actually have had to pay this tax, that really struggle financially on a large basis for some folks. So I will support this, and I do recognize definitely Mayor Pro Tem concerns, and I appreciated hearing some of those, I guess, ways that you think that we should move forward, because I would agree that we need to make sure that those that are really negatively impacted or have some challenges by this, that they are the ones that are receiving the benefits from it.
Just I want. Go ahead.
Hey, sorry, it's kind of hard to chime in when you're the person in the sky. So I guess, I agree with so much of what Mayor Pro Tem was saying, which is that, this is clearly not the first choice for anybody up here. And it just goes to show, let's just look at the situation. This is just one example of the ways that working people and our communities are left kind of struggling, fighting over scraps. We produce so much wealth. Working people produce so much wealth in Iowa City, and so much of it goes into private hands that did not produce that, and it goes outside of our city a lot of the time. And I think this is just a prime example of I think people should kind of take this and say, we are left with this is one of just a handful of tools that are left for us to try to provide for basic needs for our community. And it has intentionally been done like that because, there are people in power that want to maintain that power, and they think that, this is what we deserve, to fight over scraps amongst ourselves. So I think this is a good time to sit in that and say how much bullcrap that is. And on the other hand, I do see, the potential for this to help if done correctly and done in a way that I think I think we can get to a good even point where the messaging is broad enough, but also specific enough to work. So we make sure that this money that comes from working people does not go to make anybody else wealthier, who is not a working person. So and the fact that it's a ballot initiative, I want to educate, working class people of Iowa City as much as possible about this, and then they can make their choice, because, people are not going to feel the same about it. And, I'm just looking forward to these discussions going forward. There's a lot to think about. But yeah, I guess that's all I have to say.
I just want to ask, today, are we just like talking in general, or we need also to decide about the language and the percentage and sunset and all this? Is it today, or are we just talking in general today?
I think I think what we need to do, because of the type deadline, is really to direct staff to move forward. And if there is a language change that the majority of council wants to go with, that we have that discussion now if we can. Certainly, we can come back and refine some things, because, we'll have a couple more meetings before that language is final. So I don't know that we need to focus too much on that, but if there's some proposals at this moment, certainly that can go forward. The one thing I will say about the housing initiative, as I'm thinking about it, so sometimes leverage, we may need some funding to leverage opportunities that are right before us in the moment. And I know that market rate rents, and I don't know if there will ever be a scenario where we would have an opportunity to provide some funding where we can have some market, where we would have to buy a property, or someone wants to buy a property that has market rents, but also will produce affordable housing units that is of the appetite for this council. And so that's where my caution comes in. If we're changing the language too much, again, it is the council that will make that decision on an annual basis during our budget time of how this money will be allocated. So with that in mind, I do find comfort in knowing that it is whomever is up here will make those final decisions. And so if we get into limiting the language too much, I think that could not be in our best interest as a community. But again, I think the controls are with us as representatives of the people of this community, where we do make that final say of how we'll use the money in that moment.
Mr. Mayor, that brings to mind, and correct me if I'm wrong, just so I understand your point, like how we do with TIF, where we have a requirement that a percentage of housing units in a TIF project are affordable, but not 100%. Is that the kind of thing that
Yeah.
you're just so I'm clear?
Yes, and it's more so we don't know what opportunities will be before us, and if we needed, we're coming up on a budget year, and there's a great opportunity, and we need to have some cash available to acquire it for our community. Where on the opposite end, it is whether it has to have, I'm sure it'll have a component where there's a benefit to those that are most in need. I think we don't want to limit our language to exclude those opportunities. So it's more so leverage opportunities.
I would say that. I would say that I totally understand what you mean. I guess what I would say when it comes to non-market housing is not necessarily non-market rate. So you could have a organization. It could be the City of Iowa City. It could be Housing Fellowship. It could be Shelter House. Anybody that wants to make permanent affordable housing that's not based in profit, right? So that's what makes it non-market, and they can still have more market rate units within them to subsidize the other units. But I suppose maybe a better way to put it would be towards permanent affordability, as opposed to say we are giving money to a developer to create a development, and then 10% of those units will be affordable for 30 years. I just think that we should be prioritizing a more permanent solution, which would be to create as many non-market or non-profit motivated units as possible. So that doesn't mean that you can't have units in those projects that are like 80 AMI or up to closer to 100 AMI even. When places that have really good social housing, like 80% of their population qualifies. So it's not necessarily about rates. It's just about the motive, the profit motive. That's what I would say. So I would maybe be behind it if we could ask staff to try to put in some sort of language about permanent affordability. And yeah, that would be my suggestion at this time.
Yeah, I want to make sure I'm not losing the thread of the conversation. Are we talking about changing the actual ballot language, or are we talking about generating a resolution of intent like the city manager recommended? What direction are we instructing them to do?
I just want to be clear.
Yeah.
I just want to be clear. I am not, I put out a what-if situation that I don't think will actually happen. But when it came down to the language of us trying to go through and maybe be more specific, that's where I was trying to illustrate that I think broader language will be in the best interest of this city. Yes. And where we come back to vote on what projects we do, that's where the council responsibility is. And we don't want to miss out on the opportunity that we wish we had the funds for, because it wasn't something that because it was too restrictive and we couldn't do it. And it would actually really make a huge impact in our strategic planning and all of our efforts. So it was more of a, I think the broad language will be in our best interest is what I was really trying to get across.
I agree with you, and I think broader language is good, but I don't think this is a broader language that I see here. I just see this is still a specific language, and I want to see more broader language and also say like other housing project designed by the city council. That's good, but I still see like there is specific stuff here that highlighted. And also, I want to talk about the 20%. I don't know if everybody agreeing for the 20%, or do we have to change that tonight or somewhere else? Because I believe giving like housing initiative 20% and street and park and public facility 20%, that's like, we cannot say like the need of park and the need of all public facilities equal as the need of housing. I guess, and also from my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, the public facility and street and everything, like we have this budgeted every year from general fund, like for the capital improvement, and we never have as much as we spend on those. We never have spent it in like affordable housing, for example. We have only like, I think we budget $1 million for that and other stuff, but I just believe that we need to change this percentage.
I have one question for you real quick, Mayor Pro Tem. So if we're talking about proposed language, so it seems like the examples that are there are just that. They're possible examples. And so if the language in the proposed language excluded, where it starts to say including but not limited to affordable housing funding all the way through the rental rehabilitation, maybe that is where is too specific, and that list can go on and on and on, as we know. Is that where you're...
When we talk about housing initiative, and if even, I said we have to highlight affordable housing, and many of you talk about housing in general, okay? Let us do it housing in general and affordable housing and leave it at that. Yes, it will be housing in general and affordable housing, highlight affordable housing, and leave it at that. We don't need and after that maybe another housing project designed by the council.
So maybe programs and initiatives that increase housing supply and access, including affordable housing funding or affordable housing, and leave it at that, and then housing projects designated by city council.
Exactly.
Because even at that, all of the other stuff and beyond, which aren't even listed here, are still included.
Exactly. It will be those the one that we just mentioned here. It will be included, and something that we don't mention here also it will be included.
Absolutely.
So to that end, I would say that that then becomes the statement of resolution or the resolution of intent? Or, I'm sorry, I'm getting that wrong, but what happens after when we say this is what we're going to be spending?
Well, the city manager talked earlier about passing a resolution, council passing a resolution
Right.
saying, this is how we intend to spend the money.
Right.
Is that what you're?
Yes, exactly. I'm just saying that becomes much more, well, it's important, period, right? But that's where we dial in and say, this is what it's going to
1, 2,
be.
3, 4, 5.
Right. And I see what you're saying. At first I was like, well, I mean, but, neighborhood reinvestment programs, like that is definitely the South District neighborhood, right? But to your point, maybe the simplicity of saying it's about affordable housing
Yes.
makes sense. One question that I have really quick is, does staff feel like you have direction from our various comments to be able to work on language? Because I know we have gotten bound up, and if council agrees or disagrees and says, no, we need to be responsible for wordsmithing this right here, right now, we can do that. But I'm also wondering, is it possible, do we feel comfortable that we have signaled what matters to us in this language that we can say, staff, can you go do this? And staff, do you feel like you have the direction to be able to do it?
I think the question that I would
Sorry, I'm
ask.
like
I
preempting
think
here.
I think it's great. I think it seemed to me that the housing initiative was probably the one that gave us a lot of conversation revolving the language. If people are comfortable, maybe with that edit that we just kind of did on the floor, maybe I'll just ask folks if they're comfortable with that. But back to your point of, have we given the staff enough information? Is there any other topic that is here that the council feels strongly about wanting to change language on? Because I haven't heard that yet.
I do have one, just apologies in advance for adding a layer of complication. Just making sure that as we do this, we also keep in mind that whatever ballot language we use, we want it to succeed. So I think there's probably something I'll think about, like myself. I don't have an answer right now, but striking that balance, because I really appreciate the simplicity. I think that's really good. But is there also an advantage to listing out a few of these things in terms when people look at it? Like, what is it, if affordable housing feels vague to somebody who is not dealing with it as often as we are, is there any, and I don't know if I have an answer to this yet, it's currently what question I'm asking myself, is there any, advantage to putting in some of these things, just in terms of kind of another informational piece for the public? Because at the end of the day, if we support this or we want to move forward with it, then we have a vested interest in it succeeding. And so in addition to making sure the ballot language and what we put in there is what we want for our values, I think just, again, another layer of complication, we also want to make sure that it is appealing to the voters. So I don't know what the answer to that is, but
But I
that's my
thought that's
thought.
going to be in the resolution. When we have that, we're going to have a lot of details.
Right.
I agree. I think that we either get, with this, the language is here, if we make it simplified, we absolutely must have a resolution, and the vice versa. If we keep with this more specific examples, then we may not need the resolution, but I'll be supportive.
Yeah. But anyway, just got to give it some more thought, which of course we can.
And I think that, to me, the resolution and the specificity of it is tied to if we sunset or not, which we haven't really talked about it
Yeah.
that much yet. And I am very mixed, I'm sure all of you are too, about the right way to do that. And I don't fully understand the process of undoing a lost, what it really looks like, or I can't think of, or do we know of any examples of cities who've tried to undo one and how complicated that was? Maybe, I see Kirk getting up.
I'm not familiar with cities undoing lost, but what you do see is communities that have one set of, or they have a revenue purpose statement that was on the ballot and approved by voters, and they want to return to that and change that language. And typically what you see is as they change that language, they also remove the sunsets rather than add it.
Okay.
But otherwise, it's, yeah, ballot initiatives are how it's approved, and so there's always the opportunity to, in the future, if it's something that people want to discontinue, it'd be the same process as continuing it, I believe.
Right, the way you get it by the ballot initiative, you would repeal it with the ballot initiative.
Correct.
Can I ask a question while you're up here? It's totally unrelated, but I marked down, I was like, for Kirk. And maybe this is something that is just not even possible. Under the bit that has to do with the property tax relief, that stated 50%, is it possible, do we have any home rule left to be able to require some relief dollars passed through to renters? I mean, because they are ultimately, they're sort of paying property taxes through their rent, right? I mean, I know that there's the profit, but it's like part of this proportionality they're paying essentially,
I'll defer to the
right?
city
Or
attorney.
am I being way too simple? And this is a question of like, I'll write you a memo. That's fine.
I can research that further if you'd like. My initial reaction is probably no, because it just affects the property tax levy.
Right.
That is, you would need to reduce the levy.
Okay. I thought about it and I was like, in the big scheme of things.
Right.
Renters are paying.
Yeah.
It would be
So-
wonderful if we had that.
I looked into that in before this meeting, and it seems like no, but I'm not a lawyer. But yeah, it's it really sucks that that's not the case, because who actually pays the mortgage and the property taxes of a landlord? It's not the landlord, I'll tell you that. So yeah, I wish it was, but I don't think it is.
Okay. So I think for the discussion at this time, I'll ask one last question before we need to just move on, and I'll tell you what I'm thinking at this point after this. Any other, I know that the sunset question is still there. Are people comfortable coming back to that? I think we can probably have the direct staff to move forward with the sunset, and we can change that in a future meeting. Without a sunset. Sorry, without a sunset. We're going to meet about this again, unless there are strong feelings right now about that part. Or are we comfortable just coming back to that in a future meeting? And then outside of the housing initiative proposed language, are we comfortable with all of the other languages? Again, we'll be coming back to all of this next meeting. Is there any big thing that folks want to highlight? I think is the question.
And the percentage?
And the percentage, yes, and the percentage. I think, are we comfortable leaving, because I think that can lead us into a long discussion. Are we comfortable leaving the percentages right now as they are and coming back, unless folks really want to zone in on that? We'll still have more opportunities.
I mean, we only have 5 minutes until. So,
Yes.
I mean, I would say, let's put a pin in it so that we can determine what percentages will be at the next meeting.
Well, and I think and I think this will be a nice opportunity for the public, many of whom are here tonight, and thank you, to give us some feedback
Yeah.
that I'd love to consider before moving to the next stage of decision-making. So, when you think about percentages, too, if you think about, for at least among us, like if we say we're going to increase one, where are you decreasing? So we should probably make sure that we're holistic with that, not just, at least I would appreciate that. And if I have a change, I'll bring that way to council and whatever, next meeting, 2 weeks, whenever that is.
So it does sound like what we'll do is we'll kind of pause this at this time. We'll come back, and of course, all of it will be up for discussion, but we're going to pull out the percentages discussion, the housing initiative language, as well as the sunset discussion. Are people comfortable with that?
Yes.
Are we coming back tonight, you mean, or next time?
We'll come next time. I think for now, we'll allow the public to kind of
Okay.
share some thoughts, and then we'll come back next time if people are amenable to that.
Sound good.
And when we come back next time, we will have specific proposals for us to talk
Yes.
about.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, yes.
If we
that
want
is
to
the
change
hope.
anything.
Yes, that is the hope.
Specific proposals from
And
council members
Council
themselves.
members,
Yes.
Individual council members for consideration. Okay.
So it'll be added to the work session agenda on June 17th. Yes. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
please.
Oh my
One
gosh.
request that I have, maybe as you're looking at the housing language, is maybe to reach out to some of our housing partners. Whether it's the Affordable Housing Coalition, Housing Fellowship, I mean, just to kind of, especially since now we're honing in on the affordability piece, I think that Greater Iowa City did a really nice job in giving something for us to dig into. And that the spirit of it is there. Now, if we want to kind of hone it, it's like, let's get some additional input, that's all.
I might reverse that I might suggest that we reverse that the staff reach out.
Oh.
But yes, those
I
partners reach
Yes.
out to us.
And also,
Yes.
there is any way we can find out about, for example, if we agree to the 20% for housing, do we have a specific language, or it will be somewhere like with the percentage for like non-affordable housing and how like market price housing? Is it like 50-50, or is there a specific language for that?
I think that would be up to the council to decide. If you can absolutely get as specific as you want with that ballot language, or you could choose to just implement that yourself as long as
Later,
you,
we
correct.
can do that even later, say, hey, now we want to do it 40, 60, or something like that.
At the end of
right?
the day, it's a question of whether you want to bound future councils at this moment in time with specific language. You can pledge to the community how you intend to spend it, but eventually these 7 seats and the staff seats are filled by different people. And do you want them to be bound to specific percentages, definitions, those types of things? Or do you want to preserve that flexibility for them in the future?
I would
Yeah,
also
I'm just saying that because really, when you start like telling us exactly how much is it, that come to my attention. Because even if we get like $5 million and we did it the same percentage, that means affordable housing. The housing section will be, $2 million. And this $2 million, even if we did it like 50-50, we're talking about $1 million every year toward affordable housing. Okay, even if we did it like 50-50, I mean, but it's still, if we don't have a sunset for that, that means we're gonna continue taxing the poverty or the poor for just $1 million for affordable housing. How many housing we gonna have for that for bare 1 year? I really don't know. I just struggle understanding this or digest this, not understanding it.
And to that end also, I mean, the other piece is that even, you had signaled that, if the rest of council goes with it, you're like, okay, but let's ensure that there are these these requirements so that we are doing the most good that we can. If we don't pass I'm worried as well, it's always a balance with, we have to get the language so that it's enough that the public will vote for it. I'm afraid that if it gets to your point about that we need to simplify the language about housing, that then if we started touching percentages, unless I'm completely misunderstanding you, which I could have, you're talking about it on the ballot language or
No,
within?
I'm talking just in
then I
general,
rescind what I'm
for
saying.
us to discuss this.
That's my bad.
Because, I think the people need to know exactly what's going on.
Oh, no.
We don't have to put it on the ballot
No.
every single thing.
I understand
But
what
when
you're
they
saying.
hear us the way that we talk about it, even though for this current council, maybe next time, the council will be completely different and they are not going to go with what
No,
we
I
say.
misunderstood you. So,
All right,
sorry
so
about that.
this is a great discussion that we're going to continue to have at our June 17th meeting. So I just wanted to make mention that items number 5 and 6, if the council is amenable for us to not have that discussion today, but to have that on a future work session. Are you all comfortable with that?
Yeah, if there's nothing pressing, I'm okay with that.
And, okay, all right. So we will have items 5 and 6 on a future work session. And then we will move to item number 7, which is council updates on assigned boards, commissions, and committees. All right, consider ourselves adjourned. We will be back for our formal meeting at 6 p.m. Great.
Okay.
All right, well, ready or not, it is June 3rd, 2025, and this is the City of Iowa City formal meeting, and I'm going to call this meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Alter,
Here.
Burgess,
Here.
Harmson,
Here.
Mo,
Here.
Saleh,
Yeah.
Teague,
Yes, here.
Ben,
Let's go.
Wyline.
He's here.
Very well.
All right, well, welcome to everyone in your City Hall today. You all look beautiful, as well as to everybody that is joining virtually, welcome to you as well. The second item is proclamations, and 2A is International Domestic Workers Day, and this will be read by Councilor Burgess.
Whereas domestic workers, housekeepers, caregivers, nannies, and others who care for homes and families play an essential role in the economic and social well-being of our communities, and whereas these workers, the majority of whom are women, often work long hours with limited to no labor protections, are historically among the most undervalued and vulnerable members of our workforce. And whereas International Domestic Workers Day commemorates the adoption of the International Labor Organization Convention number 189 in 2011, which recognized domestic work as decent work and established global labor standards for this sector. And whereas we honor the vital contributions of domestic workers and reaffirm our commitment to ensuring their rights to fair wages, safe working conditions, and dignified treatment. And whereas continued advocacy, policy reforms, and public awareness are necessary to secure justice, respect, and recognition for all domestic workers, including those in informal and undocumented labor. Now, therefore, I, on behalf of Bruce Teague, Mayor of Iowa City, hereby proclaim June 16th, 2025 as International Domestic Workers Day in Iowa City and encourage all community members to recognize the invaluable work of domestic workers and to support the efforts that promote equity, dignity, and justice in all workplaces. And to accept the proclamation are Yadira Castillo, Alba Chavez, Yusveli Briceño, and Alejandra Escobar. Thank you.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Yubeli Briceño, soy venezolana, trabajadora doméstica.
Good evening. My name is Yuselvi Briceño, and I'm an immigrant from Venezuela and a domestic worker.
Hoy estoy aquí en nombre de Escucha Mi Voz del Comité de Trabajadores del Hogar para decir gracias.
I'm here today on behalf of Escucha Mi Voz and the Domestic Workers Committee to say thank you.
Estamos agradecidos con la ciudad de Iowa por esta poderosa proclamación reconocida del Día de Trabajadores del Hogar.
We're grateful to Iowa City for this powerful proclamation recognizing Domestic Workers Day.
Hoy celebramos las manos y los corazones de quienes cuidan de nuestros hijos, limpian nuestros hogares y apoyan a nuestras familias, muchas veces sin reconocimiento ni protección justa.
Today, we celebrate the hands and the hearts that care for our children, clean our homes, and support our families, often without recognition or fair protection.
Las trabajadoras del hogar somos esenciales. La mayoría somos madres, abuelas, cuidadoras inmigrantes que merecen dignidad y respeto.
Domestic workers are essential. The majority of them are immigrant mothers and grandmothers who deserve dignity and respect.
Esta proclamación es más que palabra, es un paso hacia la visibilidad, la justicia y la esperanza.
This proclamation is more than words. It's a step towards visibility, justice, and hope.
Gracias a la ciudad de Iowa por escuchar, a Escucha Mi Voz y por reconocer el valor y la humildad de cada trabajador del hogar en nuestra comunidad. Gracias.
Thank you to the City of Iowa City for listening to Escucha Mi Voz and recognizing the value and humanity of every domestic worker in our community. Gracias.
Thank you, and thanks to the others that joined you today as well. Item 2B is Waste and Recycling Workers Week, and this will be read by our own Mayor Pro Tem Sala.
Thank you. Whereas according to the Center of Disease Control and Prevention, the eradication of many diseases in Western world is due to the large part of higher public sanitation standards resulting from effective garbage disposal. And whereas the proper collection and disposal of waste, recycling, and organic waste are integral to preventing litter and dump heat-ups. And whereas the City of Iowa City values the celebrate of dozens of workers in the public and private trash, recycling, and organic waste industry in our community, and whereas the City of Iowa City promote environmental sustainability through reducing waste and increasing recycling and composting, now therefore, Mazahar Saleh, on behalf of Bruce Teague, the mayor of Iowa City, Iowa, hereby proclaiming the week of June 15 to 21st, 2025 as Waste and Recycling Workers Week in Iowa City, and urge our community members to recognize the valuable roles that collection and removal services for trash, recycling, and organic waste play in our city, in our daily lives. And here to accept this Jean from recycling coordinator.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Jane Welch. I'm the city's recycling coordinator, and we sincerely thank Mayor Teague and City Council for the Waste and Recycling Workers Week proclamation. The city's Resource Management Division represents staff that maintain our curbside collection program serving Iowa City residents and the Iowa City landfill, hazardous material collection facility, compost facility, and recycling drop-off locations that serve all of Johnson County. Locally, we have several private waste and recycling entities, such as haulers and recycling material processors, that we work alongside to collect and process materials as well. This proclamation is meant to honor and represent all individuals working in the trash, recycling, and composting industries for their daily work to keep our Iowa City and Johnson County communities cleaner and safer. We thank Mayor Teague and City Council for recognizing the industry's essential service. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we are moving on to our consent agenda, which is items 3 through 8. Could I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved, Mo.
Second, Saleh.
Anyone from the public like to address this topic? If you are online, please raise your virtual hand. This is for anything on our consent agenda, items 3 through 8. Yes, please. Welcome. We'll ask you to give your name and city you're from. And we also have a sign-in sheet. And in the back, if people are wanting to speak, there are pre-sign-in little paper that you can have filled out and drop it in the box, as Ms. Mary just did. So welcome.
My name is Mary Gravitt, and I live in Iowa City. And I see a surprise at 8A about parking on the east side of the 1000 block of Arthur Street. Now, as far as I know, that's between Wayne Avenue and Muscatine. And why you would need parking there when everybody has a parking lot? All the businesses, the church, the mental health clinic, and that building that they're building for HACAP or whatever that name of that building is. Nobody knows what it is, but they work on it every day. But there's parking lots there. And besides, that road, if that's the area I'm thinking about, it needs repaving. It's got more potholes than it has road. And it's a two-way street. So how could that parking there on that street be of any help to anyone when there's plenty of parking in the parking lots? I know you can't answer the question, but I just wonder, this is a surprise to me because I didn't even know anything. There's no signs posted or anything. But it seems like it doesn't make sense because there's plenty of parking spaces in the I guess you would call like the biggest amount of parking would be a town and campus. And so they have their own, they have two parking lots as far as I'm concerned. And where I live, in the Wayne Avenue Apartments, we have parking spots there. And it's a public drive there. So this is a surprise to me. I didn't know this was even going on, and why do you want to have it there when there's so much space available? It seemed like, I don't know. I don't know what's going on there, so I can't speak any more than that. But that just caught my eye because I live there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address the topic that is on our items 3 through 8? Seeing no one, in person or online, council discussion. Roll call, please.
Sala,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes?
Wyline, Councilor Wyline.
Yeah.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Mo.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. We are on to item number 9, which is community comment. This is an opportunity for the public to come and speak to the council, but we are not allowed to engage in discussion because of open meeting laws. Individuals will be given 3 minutes to speak, and if you would like to speak during this time, will you please raise your hand so I can just count the individuals that want to speak during this time? Great. Please come up to the podium, and you'll be allowed 3 minutes. State your name and city you're from. Welcome.
My name is Mary Gravitt, and I'm from Iowa City. I'm here representing my community in the senior center. The old people down there are scared shitless for what's going on. They're afraid they'll lose their Social Security checks and the Medicare. So I prepared a little statement for them for what they should do, and maybe the city could do something about it too, but I doubt it. Just as Maslow has his stages of self-actualization, I signify upon him, have my own concerning wokeness. The religious right leadership and their mega congregations that helped Donald Trump into office confess that they believe in the Bible, that is the Word of God. Yet they use the term woke as a pejorative along with the politicians they support. The caution is to wakefulness appears in the Bible 89 times. Yet this means nothing to these profane and witless Christians who want to ridicule. However, I prefer 1 Thessalonians 5:5-7 to make my point clear. You are children of the light and of the day. We don't belong to darkness and night. So be on your guard, not asleep like others. Stay alert and clear-headed. Night is a time when people sleep and drinkers get drunk. There are 4 stages to wokeness. Awake, which is to cease sleeping, to become aroused or active again. Asleep, which is a state of bodily rest, figurative for physical death or spiritual dullness. Wake, which is to rouse from or as if from sleep. Aware, which is having or showing realization, perception, or knowledge. As it states in Psalm 44:14, preachers and politicians have made us the woke people, an object of ridicule among the nations, thus making the word of God, Jesus, a lie. The woke realize that our political leaders are, in the words of Hannah Arendt, death-bound murderers signing away lives and livelihoods, drunk on the blood of children and widows. And if you don't wake up, you are also guilty. So these people are afraid, and the center belongs to the city. And we must take care of the mental health of the elderly, because the elderly took care of our mental health. And we must wake up to the situation we're in and stop letting people frighten people. Don't be afraid. Wake up and just face what you got to. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Anyone else want to speak during this time?
Good evening, everybody. My name is Scott Haas. I'm the Executive Director of Iowa Valley Habitat for Humanity, and I am an Iowa City resident. I've come to talk about two different, I guess one thing and two different issues related to the aid for agencies funding that will come up later in the agenda. And this is an issue that our work often is overlooked and isn't really captured in the application process. And so in the scoring that was
I want to make sure that, is this related to that item?
Yeah, is there going to be a chance for public comment during that?
Yes, you'll wait during that
All right.
time. Thank you. Anyone else like to address an item that is not on our agenda today? Seeing no one, we're going to move on to item number 10, which is planning and zoning matters. 10A is rezoning north of East Foster Road. Ordinance conditionally rezoning approximately 2.69 acres of land located north of East Foster Road between North Dubuque Street and Prairie du Chien Road from high-density single-family residential with a planned development overlay zone to a high-density single-family residential zone. And I'm going to open the public hearing and welcome Danielle.
Thank you, Mayor. Danielle Sisman, Neighborhood and Development Services. As you introduced this item, it is a rezoning. There are two of them back-to-back on your agenda that are basically land swaps of equal size between two owners in roughly the same area of town. This slide shows the boundary of the land swap on the first rezoning. This is not the swapping of land tonight, but actually the rezoning that needs to occur so that land can be transferred from one area to the other. Basically, our requirements are that when something basically, we don't like to have land with split zoning on it, so we like to have land all under the same zoning. So in this case, with the boundary line adjustment that's being requested administratively, there needs to be a preceding rezoning to rezone it so that it can have a similar rezoning or similar zoning district to the land that it's going to join. So in this instance, that black dashed outline is moving to the west out of the red box and into the blue box. It's going from a zoning district that has an overlay on it because it was previously part of a rezoning that had sensitive areas as part of the original area that was zoned at one time. It's moving into an area that no longer needs to have that overlay zoning. It is already, though, constrained by the fact that it has sensitive areas on it, and there have been protections put in place there. So really, it has no development potential as it transfers over into that other area because it's already been protected in that way. So it was leaving Lot 4 of one subdivision and going into that land area that I indicated in that map. It's a simple rezoning in this case, so there's just two zoning standards that we look at, consistency with the comprehensive plan. In this case, the future land use map does indicate that this is appropriate for conservation design because of those sensitive areas. And like I said, they've already been protected. The zoning district that it's becoming is just RS12. It's consistent with the land use policy in our comprehensive plan and is observing the protections that were intended there. Since nothing's really changing, it's not changing the character of the neighborhood in any way, it would also be consistent with that criteria. As I mentioned, it's got environmentally sensitive areas that are already protected by a conservation easement. So just in the broad outlines of the Forest Hill Estates subdivision. This was part of a much larger area of land, 50 acres, that was rezoned in 2017. Had some planning action taken on it in 18. It's part of one lot in Lot 4. And is being transferred to the land to the west of it. Any additional steps that would happen would be administrative, so that boundary line adjustment that would actually occur to transfer the land would be taken care of administratively. And in the future, if development occurs, there'll be additional steps for site planning and building permits. So based on a review of the relevant general criteria, staff recommended approval of this rezoning with one condition. Because this land is not fully designed yet, doesn't have a site plan, there's still some need to constrain those activities until the boundary line adjustment happens. So that's really what this condition is about. It's even though the rezoning is happening, the boundary line also needs to be affected. So Planning and Zoning Commission did review this at their May 7th meeting and voted by a margin of 7-0 to also recommend approval tonight. If you have any questions, happy to answer them. There is a CZA and it has been signed.
Okay. Any questions by council?
I will say that applicant's engineer is here tonight too, so if there's any really technical questions, they can answer those as well.
Great, thank you. Here are no questions. Thank you. Wanted to give the applicant an opportunity to speak if they wanted to make any comments. Okay. All right, we're going to move on to public discussion. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? If you're online, please raise your virtual hand. So no one in person or online. I'm going to close the public hearing, and then I'm going to, well,
You have to ask us.
yeah, I was going to ask council if they're inclined to vote with P and Z. All right, but can I get a motion to give first consideration?
So moved, Harmson.
Second, Alter.
All right, council discussion. Roll call, please.
Teague,
Yes.
Wyline,
Yes.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Mo,
Yes.
Sala.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. 10B, rezoning south of East Foster Road. Ordinance is rezoning approximately 2.69 acres of land located south of East Foster Road between North Dubuque Street and Prairie du Chien Road from high-density single-family residential zone to high-density single-family residential with a planned development overlay zone. I'm going to open the public hearing and welcome again Danielle.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, this is the second part of the two for the land swap that's occurring. The subject property is bounded here in the white outline. It's on the south side of Foster Road this time, just a little bit farther east of where we were just looking. Again, there's a request to swap the land between where it currently is and the lot to its north, Lot 5, make it part of Lot 5. So again, the zoning needs to change to bring it into compliance. In this case, is leaving a simple RS12 zone and joining an OPD. What's different here is that the lot that it's joining has already gone through the site planning process, already has a number of buildings and units approved for it. Really, again, offers no development potential because this land was anticipated to handle the stormwater from that project anyway, so really does not change what this particular land could be used for. It's already tied to those requirements. Shows again here leaving the blue box and joining the red box. Again, the zoning, the base zoning is pretty much the same. The review criteria that we used are looking at the comprehensive plan and the compatibility with the neighborhood. Again, it is supported by the comprehensive plan. It has helped basically the development along Foster Road to be where development is clustered to, rather than being in this area, which is also protected as sensitive area. And again, since nothing's really changing, it's not impacting the character of the neighborhood or the regulated sensitive features. This is Forest Hill Estates, so this would be land being added to Lot 5 in Forest Hill Estates, and the rezoning here would not need to go through site planning or steps for building permits. Those have already been accomplished, just the administrative step of a boundary line adjustment. So based on a review of the relevant criteria, staff did recommend approval of this proposed rezoning, and again, Planning and Zoning Commission supported that. There's no condition here because there's no need to get ahead of a building permit. It's already happened. And again, because there's no additional development potential. That concludes my staff report. Happy to answer questions.
Here are no questions. Thank you. Developer, any? No, nothing from the applicant. All right, great. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? If you're online, please raise your virtual hand. Say no one in person or online. going to before I close the public hearing, is council inclined to vote with P and Z? All right. We're going to close the public hearing. Can I get a motion to give first consideration?
So move, Saleh.
Second, Mo?
Council discussion. Roll call, please.
Wyline,
Yes.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Mo,
Yes.
Salah,
Yes.
sorry,
Yes.
Teague.
Yes. Motion passes 7-0. 10C, rezoning North Governor Street, ordinance conditionally rezoning approximately 5.49 acres of property located between North Dodge and North Governor Streets from medium-density single-family residential zone, high-density single-family residential zone, medium-density multifamily residential zone, and multifamily residence zone to high-density single-family residential zone with a planned development overlay for approximately 0.17 acres, and to medium-density multifamily residential zone with a planned development overlay for approximately 5.32 acres. And this is a motion to pass and adopt, although the applicant is requesting deferral to June 17th, and there was correspondence included in the council packet. Can I get a motion to defer to June 17th, 2025?
Motion to defer to June 17, 2025.
Pass. Moved by Salah, seconded by Alter. Council discussion. Roll call, please.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Mo,
Yes.
Saleh,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Wyline,
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Can I get a motion to accept correspondence?
So moved, Mo?
Second, Harmson.
All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. We're moving on to item 11, which is our regular formal agenda. 11A is 2025 Water Pavement Patching Project. Resolution approving project manual and estimate of cost for the construction of the 2025 Water Pavement Patching Project, establishing amount of bid security to accompany each bid, directing city clerk to post notice to bidders, and fixing time and place for receipt of bids. I'm going to open the public hearing, and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Tim Schmedeke, and I'm a civil engineer here in the engineering department. The 2025 Water Pavement Patching Project is an annual project that is done to construct emergency repairs after a water main break occurs. We currently have 25 locations in need of repair in Iowa City. As you can see in this image, each number represents one of the main breaks, and they can happen anywhere throughout Iowa City. Iowa City experiences roughly 70 water main breaks a year over a 5-year span. And the reason that there's such a difference between our current 25 number of water breaks and the average of 70 is that water main breaks can occur where there's no pavement. So you don't need a pavement patch if a water main breaks and there's only soil above. But there will be additional locations added to the project as the year goes on. When a water main break occurs, there is damage done to streets, driveways, curb ramps, and sidewalks. As you can see in these images, we do temporary fixes so that people can access the streets in front of their houses or their driveways and sidewalks. At a minimum, this project wants to restore those areas so that they are what they were before the water main break occurred. The estimated construction cost of this project is $360,000 based on the 25 sites that we currently have. The bid the bid opening is July 1st, 2025, and the contract will be awarded the following Tuesday on the 8th. The construction timeline of this project is from July of this year to November of this year. Here's how I can be contacted. Thank you all for your time. Are there any questions?
I actually have a question.
Yes.
Is there an approximate average of how long it takes to repair those, or is it a matter of it depends on how severe the break is and what the damage is?
That 70 that I shared?
Of what is being for the 25. I just mean in general, like, you know, the homeowner, how long can they expect to potentially have their driveways or their, you know, their impacted areas? How long does it take to
It really
repair?
does depend on the scale of the main break and the temporary area that is patched.
Cordoned off.
Rough estimates, a day or
Okay.
two.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. All right, anyone from the public like to address this topic? If you're online, please raise your virtual hand. Seeing no one in person or online, I'm going to close the public hearing. Can I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved. Mo?
Second, Burgess.
Council discussion. Roll call, please.
Burgess.
Yes.
Harmson.
Yes.
Mo.
Yes.
Sala.
Yes.
Teague.
Yes.
Wyline.
Yes.
Alter.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. 11B, wastewater treatment facility digester complex rehabilitation, Phase 1 project. This is a resolution approving plan specifications and estimate of cost for the construction of the wastewater treatment facility digester complex rehabilitation, Phase 1 project, establishing amount of bid security to accompany each bid, directing city clerk to post notice to bidders, and fixing time and place for receipt of bids. I'm going to open up the public hearing and welcome bid.
Right. Hi, I'm Ben Clark from the Engineering Division. I'm here on behalf of the Public Works Department and specifically the Wastewater Division, asking you to approve this project. We've been working on it for several years now, and we're kind of excited to get to this point. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Randy Wirtz. He's been working on this project with us, and he'll give you a presentation and answer any questions you might have.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. A pleasure to be here tonight. So as Ben mentioned, we're going to go through the project overview, and I'll just get right into it. Okay, so we'll talk a little bit about the history of the project, the components of the project, the overall budget, and then we'll get into the schedule. The history of this plant goes back to about 1988, so it's been online for almost 40 years. It started with the specific portion of this project is the digesters, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. But the plant started with 2 digesters and then a big storage tank. And in 2001, about 13 years later, 4 more digesters were added, and those are shown in the yellow and blue here on the slide. That was a fairly large project about 24 years ago. And then about 10 years ago, there was another upgrade to add the biosolids storage facility. So all of these facilities will be touched by the current project that we're talking about now. So the project overview, the digestion complex is again right here. I guess you can't really see my mouse there, but between the 2 green squares there is a digester complex. On the north side, the green square is a new building that's being constructed to house a bunch of equipment that will further process the sludge. And then the green arrow below, or the green box below, that's the new renewable natural gas system. And I think you all are familiar with what's going on there, but they're going to be taking digester gas produced as a waste product and converting it into actual natural gas to put into a pipeline. And so it's an exciting project that way. It'll actually generate revenue, and I'll get into the details there. I wanted to give a little bit of a history in terms of how we got here. It was really the Climate Action Plan that developed the impetus behind the concept of using the digester gas as a fuel, as a natural gas. Back in 2018, the Climate Action Plan was put in place and adopted. In 2020, you started a study to look at how you could use the digester gas from this plant as natural gas or to produce electricity and for some other methods. At that time, it didn't move forward. The project wasn't cost effective. Partly because of the value of the material itself, and partly because just the market wasn't there yet for it. Now in 2022, we were involved to reevaluate that study and to look further at your treatment plant. And at that time, the market had improved quite a bit for this project, for the deliverables from this project, and so the value was then there, and it showed that it did actually have a financial payback. In addition to beneficially reusing the gases that was a waste product, we could also actually have a revenue from that waste product. So then we took it in 2023 and further dove into a conceptual design to make sure that we had our costs figured out and that it was going to make sense, and it did. And then over the last year and a half, we've been working on the final design of the project. We're here now to hopefully approve the project and go into the bidding phase. So we're going to just walk quickly through the digester, or the project components. It's really, at its core, it's just an upgrade of the plant, of a portion of the plant, because those plants need to, you have to spend money on them every 20 years or so, and these digesters haven't been updated for about 24 years now. So we're replacing the mixing systems in there. We are reducing the amount of power that they will use by up to 50%, so that's savings of probably $25,000 to $30,000 a year through reduced power usage. Putting stainless steel covers on 2 of the tanks that had carbon steel. The carbon steel has degraded. Stainless steel will last for a very long time. Anyway, the stainless steel will last quite a bit longer. There were some budget constraints probably halfway through the project. We actually de-scoped the project when we realized the costs were coming in a little bit high based on our estimates, and so there were several things that were eliminated from the project. Those won't go away. They still will need to be done at some point, but these we felt we could take out of the project without sacrificing the quality of this project, and you probably have another project similar to do these components in 5 or 10 years. The new sludge processing building, this is will house several new processes, and this is actually where you'll actually receive waste from other industries in town and maybe even out of town. We'll receive fats, oils, and grease waste from commercial facilities like restaurants. That material will all be brought in. It'll be stored in a tank and then pumped into the digesters, and that will make more digester gas and produce more renewable natural gas then in the end, and you'll not only get paid for receiving the waste, but you'll make more gas and more revenue from that gas. Again, there were several things in this building. The building shell is staying the same, but we did de-scope what's going in the building to some degree so that we could reduce the overall cost of the project. But we're designing it so that that stuff can be added back in at a later date very cost effectively. So the space is still there. The connections will be there. It's just that not all of the equipment is being put in at this point. Fats, oils, and greases. So this is from your restaurants in town. You have a lot of wonderful restaurants in town. They all have grease traps, or hopefully they have grease traps and they're maintaining them. And that grease will be brought to the treatment plant, hopefully. This machine here will be installed in a building. It will screen, that material has a lot of, it typically has forks and plastics and napkins. Everything goes down the drain and it ends up in your grease trap. So this screen here will take all that stuff out and then allow that grease to be further processed in the digesters to make more gas out of it. You're putting in sludge screening, so not a lot of plants have this technology yet. This is, you guys produce a Class A or Class 1 product. It can be used almost anywhere. It's all goes to farmland now, but it's actually a very, very high quality product. But there are some plastics and some things in it that you don't really want on your garden or you don't want on your farm field. And so the decision was made to put in the screens that will actually strain out those plastics and other materials that you really don't want on the land. So it's really a value-added technology. There were 2 of these in the original project. There's only going to be 1 now. It's still enough to process everything, but if it goes out of service for any length of time, they just have to bypass it. You wouldn't have a second unit to be brought online. We're putting in a silo to store what's called high-strength waste. So high-strength waste is from industries like food production facilities. They usually have material that goes to the landfill or goes to, sometimes it's land applied. It's really highly concentrated pollutant material, but it's great for digestion because high pollutant means it has a lot of energy in it, and that energy can be converted into gas, and that gas can then be converted into natural gas. And so we'll be bringing in that material, we'll be bringing in the fog, the fats, oils, and greases from the commercial entities, and storing that, and then that's slowly fed into the digesters to make gas. And we're estimating that you should be able to approximately double your gas production by bringing in this material. Struvite mitigation, I don't know if any of you remember seeing any of these pictures, but you have a fairly severe struvite issue. Struvite is just a chemical. It's ammonium magnesium phosphate, and it creates these crystals, and it just can gum up everything and crystallize everything and plug up pipes and mixers and everything else. And some pictures of it are on the right here. The original plan was to actually design a facility that would recover struvite as a product. That is a very expensive process, so when we started the planning, we looked at other options, and the plan that got put in, and it was already pilot tested, proven to be very effective, is going to save more than $10 million in the project cost. So that was a good deal to look at some other options there. And then the exciting part, the digester gas reuse, we call it renewable natural gas, or RNG. Again, we're taking this waste material, making digester gas, which is really dirty, has a lot of carbon dioxide in it, has a lot of hydrogen sulfide, that rotten egg smell. So it's a very dirty gas. We'll clean it up to really, it's almost completely natural gas at that point. It's 98% methane, which is essentially natural gas, and it's clean enough to be put into the pipeline then and injected into the Mid-American pipeline. This is becoming common. It's very common at agricultural facilities that make a lot of gas from cow manure and other things. It's becoming much more common at the municipal wastewater treatment plants. This is a picture of what it'll kind of look like. The picture on the right, it'll come in a kind of a containerized solution, and then it'll look a little industrial, but it'll be very effective at making the gas. Revenue, you'll drive revenue from tipping fees from receiving both the high-strength waste and the fog. You'll have digester gas attributes. The environmental attributes is really where most of the money is made. That's the high-end value that can be sold on green energy markets or on the federal renewable fuel standard market. And then there's you actually physically sell the gas as well. The utility will pay you for the actual gas molecules. So there's 3 sources of revenue that'll be derived from that project. The pipeline, the treatment plant is shown up on the top of this picture. The red line is the approximate route of the pipeline. Mid-American will design and build that pipeline and own it and maintain it. But that's approximately, it's about a half a mile of pipeline. It's going to be a very small 1-inch pipe at 650 PSI. So they're injecting into a 650 PSI high-pressure main. I think that was that. So the budget, the fun part of the presentation, the overall budget right now is at about $36 million. You've already spent about $830,000 on equipment. So the reason that was done, you pre-purchased equipment last July. The reason that was done was to allow you to obtain rebates through the Inflation Reduction Act. You had to show that you were proceeding with the project in 2024. By the end of 2024, as long as you can prove that, which you have, you're eligible to receive fairly substantial rebates through the Inflation Reduction Act. I'll get to that in a minute. We're expecting the bid costs to be in the neighborhood of $28.2 million. That's the project that will be advertised. And then the other costs you can see, there's the Mid-American gets paid for the interconnect. Technical services are all the engineering and other legal fees that go into it. And then there's some special inspections and things like that. All adds up to about $36.2 million. And we're expecting, some of the preliminary projections were about $3 million in rebates through the Inflation Reduction Act. That would come after the project is built and you're actually selling gas on the pipeline. A quick payback analysis. So not many wastewater treatment plant projects have a payback. They're still good projects, but they don't generally generate revenue. So this one, we're estimating the RNG portion of the project at about $15 million. If you take out the $3 million of rebates, it's about $12 million. We're expecting a net revenue after everything's paid for, after the O&M is paid for, of about $1 million a year. And that's, again, combination of tipping fees and revenue from gas sales. So that's a direct payback of about 12 to 15 years. So there is a payback. Again, that's unusual for a wastewater treatment plant project and kind of exciting. And then the last slide is just the schedule, and I did want to touch on this a little bit. So the equipment was bid again a year ago, almost a year ago exactly. The overall project advertisement, that $28.2 million advertisement, is scheduled for tomorrow. Open bids mid-July. Council award in early August. And then the next steps really that the city will need to take is to begin developing that gas sales agreement. And you start with developing an RFP that goes out to brokers. There's a lot of this has become a big deal. There's a lot of people that are into this market now, and you will get bids from brokers that sell this gas. They buy and sell this gas, and they'll give you the terms that they want and the prices they're willing to pay for certain volumes of gas that you will be producing. That's going to be a fairly lengthy process. We're not in a big hurry because they're not going to do anything. The brokers won't do anything until you actually have contracts in place with Mid-American, which is, I believe, happening very soon. And then they see that the project is actually happening. They don't want to touch it until they actually know you're going to be making gas. So we have time, but I would say in the fall of this year, you start developing a request for proposal. In winter and spring, you issue those requests for proposals. It might take a couple of rounds of proposal to really get what you want. It'll be a little bit of a learning curve. There's not many municipalities that have done this yet. We're working with a few right now that are, but we haven't actually taken the proposals yet. So we're still learning a little bit on that side too. But I would say you would have about a year from when you issue RFPs to actually when you have to have somebody under contract. You really want to have someone under contract about 6 months before you start making gas. Which you'll see here, the RNG contracting, we thought next summer, so in about a year. The RNG system online, not till the following June of 2027. So you have time to get all that worked out. And then we think project completion is about June 2028. And the IRA rebate is planned, again, the project has to be complete. You have to be making gas and selling it to get the rebate. So we think that'll be late 2028, maybe into 2029. And that is the end of the presentation.
I have two questions. One about, I guess, ecological sustainability and one about economic sustainability. Well, first of all, thank you for the presentation. This is a huge expenditure for the city, so it's worth the time to understand exactly what we're spending this much money on, and it's helpful to know that there is a payback on it. Regarding the sort of ecological or sustainability dimension of the plant, we currently burn or release the methane, and then now we'll be capturing which has got a huge global warming potential. Can you tell us a little bit more about how important that is from a sustainability perspective?
So right now, the city uses a portion of the gas that's produced to heat your digesters. You'll continue to heat your digesters like that. The rest of it is flared, so there's a big candlestick out there that burns all of the excess. From an ecological standpoint, this does have a much better carbon footprint because you're replacing natural gas that would otherwise have to be used or purchased as virgin natural gas. So overall, it has a net negative or net positive impact on your carbon footprint. I don't have specific numbers.
It's the amount we sell, right? The amount that's sold back is the...
It is, yeah. And how you put that into a carbon footprint then is, yeah, that's the math that I don't have on the top of my head right now. But yes, it does have important ecological considerations there, and it's becoming very common. It's frankly more popular in Europe, and the markets for it have really matured. 5 years ago, that's part of the reason the project didn't move forward. The markets really were not very mature at that time, and they've matured significantly. So it's even if the federal government were to go away completely on this, there's still a very solid market for you.
That's one part of the economic piece I was going to ask, and that would sort of be one is, what's the durability of the equipment? I mean, 12 to 15 years is a good payback, but do we have to replace the equipment every 12 or 15 years?
We would expect you'd be doing fairly major maintenance, within 10 years, not replacing, and after 20 years, you'd probably have to replace the equipment. Now, most of the membranes will last most of that time, as long as they're taken care of and they don't get contaminated. There are the compressors and everything like that will break down, so they'll be maintained like anything, and we would expect the compressors to last 20 years before they'd have to be replaced.
Okay.
Thank you.
What was happening with the high-strength waste and the fats, oils, and greases before this, or what's happening with those now?
Well,
Maybe that's for our staff.
That's a great question. That's probably better for your staff. So the high-strength waste now is probably being taken to other treatment plants, or it might be land applied. I'm from Wisconsin, truth be told. A lot of the material there is land applied. So it's just put on the farm fields as a nutrient or as a way to dispose of it. They're getting away from that. The DNRs in most states are not allowing that as much anymore, so we have to find a home for it now. So it's probably being taken to, actually, I know a lot of the waste in this area is being taken to lagoons, anaerobic lagoons, which are agriculture in need. They're treating swine waste or manure and things like that. So they're allowed to add some of it to those lagoons. And some of them might be hauled quite a distance over to Des Moines. Des Moines takes a lot of this material. They've had a program like this for probably 10 years. And they take in a ton of material every day, and they make a lot of money on it. It's a lot of work. You know, it's not free. But it does pay for itself if you have the right quantities.
Thank you. Do you know if there's similar, like you mentioned Des Moines, then going east? I mean, like right now, would we be sort of like an attraction, so to speak? I mean, because you mentioned
Great
that
question.
there's
Yeah,
people,
yeah.
you know, could bring things in, right? And I was just wondering, well, if there's stuff in Rock Island, like, is that, you know, oh, we're not going to get folks from
Yeah.
Illinois or, you know, whatever. I just wondered
Great question.
we
The
would become
closest
an
ones to you, Davenport takes a little.
Mhm.
They can't take very much. And in fact, the hauler that takes it there would probably come here because
Okay.
you have more capacity and you could take it all. I shouldn't probably say that in a public meeting because I don't know that for sure. Muscatine has a program. They bring in a fair amount, but they have a ton of industry right there, so they're serving that industrial base. And they're kind of maxed out as well, so anything additional would likely come here. Dubuque has a program. They're fairly far away. And then Des Moines is the closest one to that direction. So I would guess everything in this valley and Cedar Rapids would probably come here.
We have an opportunity. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone from the public like to discuss this topic? Sit on in person or online. I'm going to close the public discussion or close the public hearing. Can I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved, Mo.
Second, Alter.
Council discussion.
Good
It
work.
is exciting.
It's exciting.
It's like with no shade against other cool things that have come before us, this is extraordinary.
It's been kind of cool to watch it develop over the last several years, too, as we've worked it through at each stage of this process. I think we had some of the first meetings on this maybe right after we joined the council. So,
Roll call, please.
Harmson?
yes.
Mo?
Yes.
Pardon me.
Oh, sorry.
Super sorry, y'all. I just wanted to see if Jeff could walk us through how, because you explained it to me, but I think you would explain it better. I think some people might be looking at this and being like, wow, this is, close to $40 million. I just want to make sure people know exactly how it's been funded. So they know it's not just coming from the general fund or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yes, that's correct. This is all, will be paid for by the wastewater fund, so it's really paid for by the fees that we charge. We did increase wastewater rates 5% last year, and that was to help to pay for the borrowing costs. So we are issuing revenue bonds, or we'll be issuing revenue bonds for this project, and there's also a state loan that we take. So there will be debt, but it will only be wastewater funds to pay back that debt.
Thank you.
All right, any other item or comment? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Harmson?
Yes.
Mo?
Yes.
Saleh?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Wyline?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. 11C, fiscal year 26, aid to agencies. Resolution allocated human services aid to agencies funding for fiscal year 2026, July 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2026. Can I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved, Harmson.
Second, Mo.
All right, and welcome, Erica.
Hi, Erica Kubley with Neighborhood Services. So Aid to Agencies is our annual human services funding for nonprofits who are serving low-income residents of Iowa City. Applications have been accepted through the United Way joint funding process last fall. Agencies eligible for Iowa City legacy funding are included in City Steps 2025 as legacy agencies. We are on a 2-year funding cycle in coordination with all of the joint funders. Any agency funded this year as a legacy will receive funding next year as well in FY27 at a prorated amount based on the FY27 approved budget. Applications were scored using an updated scoring criteria approved by the Housing and Community Development Commission. So the scores are listed on this spreadsheet here. Those are staff scores and recommendations for funding. The allocations are organized starting with the highest scoring agencies at the top. In our allocation process, we look at the scoring criteria, but we also look at the so we look at increasing funding to agencies with higher score first as we're going through our allocation. We also consider the request amount and prior year funding when we're going through and determining the funding levels for the agencies by score. Typically, I'd be presenting a recommendation from HCDC, but we were unable to reach a quorum to review the applications with the commission this year. We did request scoring and input from commissioners and received input from 2 commission members. So some considerations for our recommendation. These numbers have been adjusted slightly since the last time you've seen this recommendation, just based on the approved budget. We use a portion of our CDBG public service dollars for this program and then adjusted that slightly with our approved HUD allocation. In January, City Council approved our City Steps 2030 program, or plan, which outlines some changes to our aid to agencies program. Because we started our legacy process before that plan was approved, we haven't fully implemented those changes with this funding round. Some of the changes in that plan, it shifts the minimum funding level to $20,000. We did incorporate that change into our recommendation. However, the current set minimum funding is $15,000 for this funding round. In future funding rounds with City Steps 2030, we will also be providing direct funding to 6 agencies. Those are highlighted on the sheet in kind of the lighter blue color, those 6 agencies. About 56% of funding is being directed to those agencies. Our goal with the City Steps 2030 is to have approximately 50% to those 6 agencies, no more than 60%. And the other piece of this budget is our non-legacy funding. Up to 5% of the total aid to agency budget can be set aside for agencies who are not receiving legacy funds in a given year. This year, we recommend setting aside $30,000 for non-legacy funding. We haven't put that application out yet. We wanted to await our final budget amounts, which just came out a couple weeks ago. And then also that process and eligibility is contingent on this award. So we wanted to get this through this approved first. As proposed, the approval of this agenda item, upon the approval of this agenda item, we would proceed with a non-legacy funding round. We'd put the application out. The non-legacy funding offers $5,000 to $15,000 of one-time funding for the year, and we would work with HCDC on a recommendation and bring that recommendation back to council for approval. And that's all I have. I'm happy to answer any questions.
How much confidence do you have? I mean, you just mentioned that you would work with HCDC on non-legacy. I know there was difficulty with quorum. So, and I know that there are some suggested changes. I mean, do you anticipate that you'll actually be able to do that collaboration for non-legacy?
I would expect so. I think part of the quorum issues were the level of work required with the legacy agencies, and I think this is a much more manageable application process for both the applicants and the commissioners and staff. So I think people will be willing to participate.
Also, can you tell me, this is putting you on the spot, but just as best you can, in the past couple of cycles, how many non-legacy agencies have applied for those dollars?
Usually around 8, I would estimate. Okay. And so if we fund them all at $5,000, we could fund 6. If we funded them at $15,000, we can only do 2. So it's usually somewhere in between that.
Okay. One other question that I have is there's not in, sorry. There are a few agencies in your recommendations that, even while the dollar amount may not be that much of an increase, the percentages are a lot in comparison to others. Can you speak a little bit to that?
So the one that jumps out to me is aging services. And I can pull it up, but if you look back to their prior year funding, they kind of had a drop in FY '24, '25. And so this was more in alignment of what they've received in the past. So that was a consideration. Also, just the level of funding that they're requesting.
So the level of funding, so the proportional, or the,
Or, I'm sorry, maybe I'm looking
That's
at, I'm sorry, I'm looking at free lunch.
okay. So there was something of a correlation between what what the ask was versus, or in relation to the proportionality of the percentage. I'm sorry, I'm using the wrong P words. There is a correlation between what they were asking for and then also the amount that was awarded. When you mentioned that there was a drop-off prior, so then you're like, okay, we can bump that up based
Yes.
on the fact that their ask is actually for more? Am I understanding that logic?
Yeah,
or
so
am I
we're kind of looking at consistency of funding a little bit as well. And so I was speaking of aging services before, sorry about that. So we're looking at like maybe FY '23 through '25, what they've received, and maybe that had shifted previously. So brought that up a little bit. And also they were kind of the next, they requested a small amount and they're the next highest score.
If I could add to that, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Erica, some of the larger percentages increase are reflecting the new minimum allocation as well. So you can see free lunch, aging services, houses into homes, all were around that $15,000 level, which is the minimum allocation. But as Erica mentioned before, with the new consolidated plan, we pushed that up to 20,000. So a lot of that jump is just getting them to the minimum.
Okay, that equally helps. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Anyone from the public like to address this topic? If so, please raise your hand so I can see who all wants to speak. All right. I'll invite you up, and then there is a basket. If you have a little pre-printed sign in, you can drop it in there. Otherwise, you can sign in. You'll be given up to 3 minutes. Welcome. And please state your name and city you're from.
Hello, Missy Forbes, Iowa City. I'm the executive director of 4Cs, and I have spoken with you guys and corresponded a lot about our funding. And I think when I was at the work session, you brought up a very term that hit, and it was the ARPA cliff. 4Cs, a few years ago, I met with city staff and talked about our funding issues, and we were able to capitalize on the ARPA funding, so to support the work, the innovative work to kind of keep our organization relevant. And we're coming to a close of all of that funding. And while, and I think that one of the concerns I also have is that this joint application is a 2-year funding. And so while we may be okay getting through FY26 with the rest of our ARPA money, in FY27, it looks a lot different. And so a lot of you I've spoken with personally and know the things that 4Cs does to support all families that are trying to access childcare, the affordability, all the work that goes into that. And imagine what Johnson County looks like without 4Cs, without Home Ties, without the advocacy work that we do, and the additional support that we do to support individuals who want to do the work and stay in the work. Without 4Cs, this community looks a lot different. And I appreciate the innovation that the innovative programs that the City of Iowa City, the City Council has supported, the wage enhancement program being one of them. Iowa City is a really innovative and progressive place, and I'm asking for a thoughtful approach to the funding that I requested and what the ARPA allocation has been able to support that. And then I would just say, too, that 93% of the people that we serve are from Iowa City, and the funding that we receive from other municipalities, and looking at the ARPA allocate, or the aid to agencies allocation is a bit disproportionate when you look at how many Iowa City residents we served as opposed to other municipalities and the funding that we receive from them. Thank you.
Welcome.
I'm back. Scott Haas, Iowa City resident, executive director of Iowa Valley Habitat for Humanity. The application does a nice job of capturing a snapshot of what we'll do in that period, that application period. But what we struggle with at Habitat for Humanity is that it doesn't capture the cumulative effect of our work. So it captures the people that will build a house for and sell a house for in that year, but it doesn't capture the homes that we built the previous year or the previous period. Even though those people are still enjoying the benefits of their home and it's still an affordable housing unit that we don't get to report on. And as a result, the per individual investment for Habitat for Humanity looks really expensive because we're not able to capture the people that we built homes for 5, 10, 15 years ago. And so as you consider this and as you guys discuss the funding for that, I'd just like you to consider that the homes that we built in the past are still providing affordable housing for low-income individuals. The second thing that I'd like you to consider, and is also really difficult to capture in the application, is the depth of the service that we provide. Homeownership is transformational. It provides generational wealth that households can use to invest in education or transportation or whatever else it might be that that they might need to strengthen their family. And it's really difficult to capture that in this application. So again, I request that you guys consider those 2 points. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Amin Sharif from the Center for Worker Justice. I'd like to thank you so much, say thank you for the city council and the city staff here for the tremendous support being given to nonprofit organizations. For us, I think the aid to agency and other government support for us has always been tremendous. It has been the tool that we use to expand and extend our services to people in workplace when they are encountering housing issues, and especially now for many of the migrants and the people who really are forced to navigate, the issues around, the government immigration policy and practices. These are all the people that come to us, and we are the people who really know those people and support them. We use those funds and others to provide services that can help the people navigate what's going on in this community, become like really active and effective component of our community in here, and really encounter and challenge all the things that happen around immigrants or low-income people when they need to do those things. So I really appeal for the council and for the city to consider all the things that the Center for Worker Justice is doing and support us by extending the funds provided so we can continue doing our work. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Charlie Eastham. I live in Iowa City, and I'm here to talk about the Center for Worker Justice request for funding from the aid to agencies budget. I agree very much with Executive Director Sharif's description of the CWJ's current work, and I think it's a vital part of what we do as a community for people who need assistance. I also realize there are many other people here from other agencies, and I really respect and admire the work they're doing, the work you're doing, Mayor Pro Tem Sully, and all of many of you others too. We basically, I think, in my view, we're confronted again with the lack of quite enough funding to go around to all the agencies that view this support as part of our essential revenue process, gaining process. The same thing happened a few years ago when I actually was on the Housing Community Development Commission with Councilwoman Halter. And at that particular year, we had the same situation. A lot of requests, clearly justified uses of money, clearly needs for what the agencies were doing, and not quite enough city support to go around. So to me, let's really consider increasing the amount of money we're going to allocate from city funds, and let's see if we can make all of the agencies that applied this year have an adequate amount of support, not to meet our individual, I think, total budget needs, but to get us to the point that we thought we needed to be when we made our application. I really appreciate your work, and I admire all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Welcome.
Thank you. I think you're out of stickers. My name is Allison Bettine, and I'm South District resident. I'm also the Director of Child Care Workforce Development at 4Cs. I had written something, and I'm not going to read it because I actually just want to kind of talk to you about how we're all connected. So I used to work at Shelter House as a housing case manager, and I used to just think so highly of 4Cs, and I'm so lucky to work there now. I've only been there for about 6 months, but I've been so connected to the mission for a long time because when I was a housing case manager, the first thing when you are trying to stabilize your housing is finding employment. If you're a caregiver, the first thing that you actually need to do is find stable, consistent childcare. And so I connected with Michelle at Home Ties, and I'm sure you all are aware of the work that they also do with UAY and DVIP, and I don't want to come here and maybe have us be pit against each other, but rather speak to the way that we all support each other. I'm also working on some English classes for childcare workers. There's a lot of wonderful organizations that we also share the same community, and we're serving the same exact people. And so I just wanted to highlight that as well. The last thing I wanted to say was that crisis care, I think, is one of the most discussed. One of our programs is crisis childcare, and I just wanted to talk about that as well. As a foster parent, I think I just have a very keen awareness of how much harm is caused when families are separated, and crisis care is an opportunity to provide a night or two for children in need. Maybe sometimes parents do need time to stabilize, maybe need a few months to recover from something, but sometimes they just need a night or two, and that's where 4C's crisis care comes in hand, so that people don't actually need to enter the foster care system. And I love my kids, but I kind of wish they weren't with me, you know what I mean? But I think that's why I decided not to say what I planned to say. But I just am really grateful for our collaboration throughout the years, and I'm here to just say that keep letting us do what we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Margie Martell. I'm from North Liberty, and I came here today to talk to you about how 4Cs of Johnson County has made a huge difference in my life, a difference that has mattered. The difference between realizing my dream of becoming a child care provider and kind of giving up on my dream entirely. I have been a public educator for 20 years, and I retired recently, and I was trying to decide what to do with this wealth of knowledge and experience, and I've been a librarian, and the public library was calling my name. And then I discovered, this has been a long time ago, when I needed childcare. I found out what a deficit there is in quality childcare and childcare providers. And I attended a class, and I was told about 4 Cs of Johnson County. And after attending, going there, meeting Allison Bettine, I started a journey that I didn't think I could navigate alone, and it turns out I couldn't. They helped me through the licensing process, finding out all the information about if it was doable. And in the process, I've made really great friends. Other people that attend, go to 4 Cs of Johnson County to get information about maybe starting their dream. We've become kind of a support group. And long story short, because of 4 Cs resources, I have recently realized my dream. I'm opening my own child care center in the fall, and I'm very excited to be passing on all my experience, all the tools that I've gleaned, and all the resources that 4 Cs has provided me to future children. I feel like this legacy will just continue on, and I really hope you continue to support a center like 4 Cs, helping all of us that are interested in this field provide that for the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Say no one else, in person or online. If you're online, please raise your virtual hand if you want to speak. Say no one in person or online. Council discussion.
Having been on HCDC, I know how hard both the commission works, why those packets are daunting, and how much staff works, especially in this instance where there wasn't quorum, and so the real onus came on staff, and it is a brutal process to go through for both the applicants and for the people who go through the applications and make the rankings. So I just want to express that I know how difficult the process is, and also how grateful we are that you have done it. I also remember hearing from agencies, EDs, and staff talking about, as you're looking at essentially a spreadsheet up on the screen, and it's like watching your application and essentially your baby be dissected, right? As people are like, wow, what about 2,000 here and 5,000 there? So I've realized, especially now moving on to council, that to be cavalier and to sort of go in and be surgical about things is not the best MO. That said, I do feel that it's not going to come as a surprise to anybody on council, given what I have advocated for before I was on council, and then as I am now, that I would like to see 4 Cs receive higher funding than it is. I also recognize that, just in a very practical sense, as others have commented, right now, unfortunately, we are in a situation where there's a pie. And the pie is only so big, and there are a lot of different entities who have real need. So I cannot, in good faith, recommend the full amount. That said, I think that the kind of work that 4 Cs has been doing warrants more than $20,000, especially since it's a 2-year funding cycle. So I would like to recommend 35. And maybe we can look at non-legacy as a potential place for it, again, I recognize that what I am doing goes counter to what I thought was so important that council not do, which is micromanage and go back and like rearrange a really thoughtful process. But in this instance, I do feel strongly. This is serving they're small and mighty, and they are serving a particular subset or subsets of community that are doing things that some of our larger agencies aren't. And as has been talked about, that there is a lot of collaboration. And so I would like to see that reflected in the amount that's being offered up. So
I have one question, and this is just referring to urgent funding needs. That if someone comes to the city and they need some funding, is there someone that can remind the council of that process?
What do you mean, emergency funding?
For a request made by an agency, if the agency.
There is no request. I think they have a cycle and they apply for this cycle.
Not
this one, outside of this.
Yes.
There I think the emergency funding maybe.
It's the emergency funding. Erica can give you the details, but just as a reminder, the origins came much in a meeting like this, in which there was a urgent call for one agency to get some one-time dollars from the city to meet some operational needs that they had, and the council really struggled with that decision and realized that that decision had implications for a lot of different agencies across the entire community. So at the time, the council created an emergency funding program, which is not something that we offer at a point in time, but there's an application process that lives on our website. And we've used it very infrequently, but I'll let Erica, as you're sitting down, explain just how you review those applications when they do come in.
Sure. So you pretty much covered it. We have an application on our website with our grant opportunities and staff. When an application comes, we review those on a case-by-case basis to see if they meet the criteria of the funding.
I understand what you're saying, Mayor, about emergency, but yeah, I think that should be like really discussed differently. Today is the aid to agency, and I think we should discuss really this one and see how we can increase the funding for those organizations right now, as maybe also like Council Arthur allocated. But while I understand also for Cs, and I will also support increasing funding for them, I really want to raise serious concern about the two legacy agencies, Dream City and the Center for Worker Justice, that being awarded zero funding in this year aid to agency cycle. I think according to the city aid to agency guideline, legacy agencies are supposed to receive at least 95% of the total budget with a minimum award of $15,000. These agencies are recognized in the city STEP 2025 for their high performance and long-standing service to low-income residents. And if they apply on time and they are in a good standing and continue to serve vulnerable population, I think they should not be excluded from the funding entirely. And I think this decision really contradicts the purpose of aid to agency programs, which means to provide stable support to trusted organizations. Giving these agencies zero sends really a wrong message to our community, especially now for like this bad political climate. I really believe that CWJ should receive more even than $15,000 during this time, and I also would suggest higher amount to them, which is $40,000, not just the minimum. CWJ is one of the few organizations in our city that constantly support immigrants and low-wage workers who are under increasingly pressure in today's political climate. Their work is critical to equity and justice, and it is directly aligned with our city values. I think Dream City also play a vital role in uplifting underrepresented community through mentorship, education, and outreach. Both of these agencies are doing work the city cannot afford to lose. I strongly urge the city staff and the council to revise the decision and ensure that both Dream City and CWJ receive funding. However, I'm not asking taking any penny from those organizations that already been allocated or assigned money to them. No, I just believe that we need to figure out a budget for it, and from other sources, especially as we prepare to ask voters to approve a local option tax, sale tax. We must show them that we are using existing city funding responsibly and equitably, denying core community organizations like Dream City and Center for Worker Justice, both legacy agencies that serve low-income and immigrants residents, goes against the spirit of the trust. If we expect to continue, if we expect our community to support additional revenue through the sale tax, we need to demonstrate that we prioritize the basic needs of our most vulnerable. That starts with honoring our commitment and fully funding nonprofit organizations that are doing the frontline work. And I really encourage both to fund all of them and revise, also look at the 4Cs request as well. And we can figure out the funding for it. Even if we went deficit, that's fine. We just need to make sure we are helping our community.
Yeah, I would say, if y'all can still hear me.
Yes.
Just checking before I talk. I would say, in a moment like this, so much of what Mayor Pro Tem was saying is exactly what I was going to say. In a moment like this, when Center for Workers' Justice does so much seen and unseen work for the immigrant population here in Iowa City, and from so many different immigrant communities here in Iowa City who have reached out to me, who I've talked to, say that they just provide essential above and beyond service to them in a way that is just so essential at this time. And immigrant communities are going around or just living their daily lives very scared right now. And I think that slashing all funding for the Center for Workers' Justice at a time like this is not responsible. And I think that seeing as we are already working in a moment of deficit, and we added $200,000 to it for the Johnson County Affordable Housing Fund, and that was a correct thing to do, then I think that we can continue to dig in and not play the game that people at the state and federal government want us to do, and that's to pit us against each other and make us fight for scraps. That's exactly what they want us to do. And it really is, I think, a time for us to be bold and to realize that we are in a political moment that these agencies, and not just Center for Workers' Justice, 4Cs, Habitat for Humanity, Dream City, these agencies are what's going to help hold our community together while we work through this extremely challenging political time. So specifically, the first thing I thought of when I saw the Center for Workers' Justice funding being slashed to zero, I guess I was expecting to see it be increased. So that's how I feel about it at the time. We can talk about specific numbers, but that's just overall how I felt when I saw this proposal.
Could staff bring up the recommendation spreadsheet again so we all can see it on the screen? Thank you. I want to just respond to some of what my colleagues have said. I think I too do not like micromanaging, and I really don't like taking, a scalpel to work that has already been done and undoing it. I also know that when we approved the aid to agency budget for the portion that comes from the general fund, we didn't do much of an increase in this budget cycle. And one of the things that we did not know at the time that we approved, what I think, a 3% maybe increase? Okay, Jeff's nodding, a 3% increase in the in that allocation in this budget. What we didn't know is what all would be happening in our world right now in terms of the threats to funding of nonprofits. And so to me, that does push me towards a willingness to increase the size of the pie at this point. I agree with a lot of what Mayor Pro Tem said and what Councilor Wyline said in terms of just not only the moment that we're in, but that we can find the money. And I don't want to send a signal to the applicants that, you'll just get whatever you ask for if you come and lobby us. That's not what this moment is about. This is about identifying what has changed since we made some preliminary decisions and what's in front of us right now. Specifically, I would agree with increasing funding to 4Cs. I would agree with funding Dream City, and I would agree with funding Center for Worker Justice. I think those organizations, all of the organizations provide necessary services to our community. And as the mayor always says, the need is so much greater than what we can provide. But I do think those are really important. And, the differential in what was requested from Habitat for Humanity, to what they're receiving was $18,000. And we find ourselves in this moment where we're spending a lot of political energy and angst on what end up being very, very small numbers in the scheme of what our decision making is. So I'm in favor of increasing the overall pie and agree with the recommendations that have been made by my colleagues.
What is the overall pie? Oh, without a number, without a specific number?
I mean, based on what folks are suggesting.
I mean, I also would say, though, one of the things that is, we have talked about, and in the coming years, there will be 6 agencies that we're moving more towards a service model, right? Where they will be funded, and we have that expectation. I think that the one thing that we do need to continue, it's a grown-up relationship between the agencies and between council and United Way as well, is that accountability for having, keeping a clean house and making sure that you make targets that you can reach, that you are able to account. That is part of the definition of what being a legacy agency is. And so I think that I agree with the political and cultural and actual reality that we're living right now. I appreciate your perspective, Councilor Burgess, about when we approved the budget before, we had no flippin' idea what was about to be unleashed. And the need is even greater, and even while the threat is greater, right? So we have this double whammy. But I think that said, that's absolutely where I think we need to step up, and with all of the hard work that's being done by the legacy agencies, for all the agencies, there has to be the understanding of a commitment to making sure that internally things are being run in a way that there's no question about how the monies and the services are being meted out. So I would just add that. It's something that when I was on HCDC and we had the conversation about what defines a legacy agency, when is it appropriate to move from that emerging agency into a legacy agency, it's then sort of the expectations of how it's run end up being greater because there is more experience there. And so I think that that's one of the things that moving forward, we just have to be mindful of it. As the need is greater, I know that means administratively, there's that much more to do, and can't we just help people? But I think that there has to be that accountability piece as well. So I just wanted to put that out there as sort of the flip of the coin.
So thanks to my fellow councilors for speaking on this. The agencies that are here present, the ones that are not here present, You do awesome and amazing work. Thank you so much. It is critical that when I look at this, these are the folks that are helping the most vulnerable individuals within our community, all of the agencies. And I agree that there needs to be more, we need more support. We wish we had more money, right? Tangible all the time in a budget. Where I sit with this right now is the voices that haven't spoken, that were maybe not given the full amount. So, for instance, we see Neighborhood Centers of Johnson County, they're at 77,000 recommended, but they requested 150. And I'm going to go to those that have significant deficits, I would just call it, or they didn't get that award. We have free medical clinic, which is about half the funds requested. They requested 100,000, but 46,000 was awarded or recommended for awarding. We have, now we know that we heard from Habitat for Humanities, which was about 50% awarded. And then, $10,000 is significant when you look at houses into homes, right? They requested 30, they're getting, it's recommended for 20. And even the ones that are requesting, they're less than $5,000 from their reward. So while I am all about honoring and recognizing the need for our community, I want to just maybe pause to say, how do we do this? How do we meet the needs? It is changing. We heard about the ARPA cliff. There are folks here that probably have ARPA cliff, definitely in here. And we know that from the funds that ARPA provided during COVID, it was transformational for agencies, but ultimately it was transformational for lives of individuals in our community that are most vulnerable. So it's $358,000 is what we're talking about between the fiscal year 2026 request and the staff recommendations. I mean, that's a significant amount of money of what's needed to support.
At 100%, right?
Right, that's at 100%. I just want to acknowledge that if we're going to have the discussion, which I know is necessary, and the need is great, it's a little bit difficult, but I needed to put it out there. And again, I know the work of, there's not a name on here that I don't know their work. And I think all of us know every agency on here. We know the value of their work. And we know that even what they're requesting doesn't even begin to meet the needs of their agencies and the needs of those in our community. So I just want to put it out there. I don't know how we move forward, but I needed to at least express that there are some funding requests that haven't been met, and I just want to put it out there for now.
So when I think about this process, I think of it as two very specific parts. There's a political component where we come up with the actual funding allocations, where we come up with a strategic plan, or we come up with a process for staff to go through. And I think that's totally our lane. And then there's the technical component where the professional city staff pours through those documents and they're looking to see whether every single organization on here has a meaningful and very important mission. And all of them are very well intentioned. But the professional city staff looks and sees who's actually spending their money on the things they promised they were going to spend it on, who's actually spent it, and who still has money left over. And so I was compelled by Councilor Burgess's sort of change in the political tenor to say, yes, we should increase funding, but I'm opposed to us sort of swerving into the lane of what the professional city staff does, because this list up here is organized by staff score, and there is a pretty big spread, and I don't think we really want to get into the business up here of going through talking about who scored poorly and why, or maybe we do. Maybe that's the conversation, is how are we going to have accountability with the public money? And that's, I think, important. And I think our professional city staff has a responsibility. We've tasked them to be responsible with public money to make sure that all of these wonderful organizations are doing what they said they were going to do and are following through with the promises that they've made. Because I can imagine a situation where we'd never end this conversation of who we like best. And so anyway, shorten it. Yes, I'm okay with finding a way to find more money, but I really want to stay out of being specific about this organization ought to get more and that ought to get less. I want to take from this and give to them. I really think that's not good, and I do think that we should trust our professional city staff who spent a lot of time reviewing finances and reviewing sort of compliance with these big dollar amounts.
Just as far as the scope of what we're talking about, any shortfall would be general fund money if we're looking to expand the pie? Do we have other revenue or other buckets that it'd be coming from if staff was directed to find more money?
Yeah, I think there's a few options. You could look at the non-legacy budget. That would be our first suggestion, is that you just don't offer the non-legacy program this year and you reallocate the $30,000 how you see fit to this legacy agency program. The Opportunity Fund and your affordable housing program was designed to be flexible to meet not only housing needs but complementary needs as well. I believe we have maybe a $250,000 balance in there that we hold for any number of purposes that would be eligible. Otherwise, I would say you're into the general fund contingency and general fund reserve. Any one of those three options is doable for us.
I'm sorry, did I cut in?
No, go ahead. I will go after you.
I was just going to say that, I mean, this dovetails very well with the conversation that we're going to continue in our work session next time about the proportion of our commitment through lost. So, and if we are successful and we are highly motivated, which I think all of a sudden we really are on a number of levels, revenues could start coming in as early as next year. So this would be something where we can look for a stopgap. I recognize as well that this is sort of, for the agencies, this is an excruciating time, because I know from my time, as well as staff knows, that no one is asking for 100% of the funding that they need. So they're asking for what they believe they can get. They are signaling more and more about what the need is, but none of these numbers represent fund us for a year or for 2 years. That said, so a little bit of I'm kind of indirectly responding to what you were talking about, Mayor, where it's like, how do we do this? And I honestly think my sense is that we do expand the pie, but it's to one of the conversations that I remember from HCDC more than one time was about what are reasonable expectations for legacy agencies to have, and that the language within city staffs is that that city funding for legacy agencies is that it is a fairly stable revenue source, a consistent and stable one. And so to have some agencies that are legacy agencies that don't have funding at all, I obviously advocated right off the bat for 4Cs, and they did get some funding, but it is, if we're talking about the gap in terms of what the request is and what the amount awarded was, that's a huge. They are down 32%. So that was my advocacy in the first place, but broadening the discussion to think of the fact that legacy agencies basically had an expectation of some consistency and stability. I think that as a one-time, we can look to that Opportunity Fund to help bolster the agencies. I don't know what that amount would be specifically for Dream City and for CWJ. Dream City did just get, again, it's not operational, I recognize that, but they got almost $3 million to put their I recognize, like, there's so many different valences and so many different things to consider, and I don't want us to do that on the dais, and I don't want us to slice and dice. But I do think that for a one-off, we should find the money somewhere, and if it sounds like we have it, then we can actually really work hard on getting lost through and to talk about the percentage of how much is going for community partnerships.
And also especially about, like, if we look at those, we're going to do this only one time now. I don't know, maybe we need to do it later again. But
It's 2 years.
next year or in 2 years, we're going to see only 6 organizations out of this organization. Out of the 21 organizations we see right now receiving, like, in this charge, they will be receiving funding, like, directly, guaranteed funding, that's what I want to say. But, and when I said also, like, increase the fund for civil rights and $15,000, I really come from, when I look at last year, when even they get the $15,000, they get that after they come and advocate, because the staff also recommended zero to them. When we look at those, only 2 organizations who are really like led and served by underrepresented people, even though all these organizations serve low income and people of color too. I'm not disputing that at all. But Dream City and Center for Worker Justice is really a safe hub for those individuals to come there right now, especially during this time. I think they consider this as a safe hub for them. And I'm saying that because next time those organizations are not going to be there, given the fact that last time being funding for CWU only $15,000. I really recommend higher amount, between like $35,000 to $40,000 to these organizations. And I really want to see also given Habitat for Humanity. I did not talk about that earlier, but I really recommend also, like, given I can agree with Councilor Arthur for $35,000 for SEAS, $30,000 for Habitat. I'm going to say $35,000 for the Center for Worker Justice, and like $25,000 for Dream City.
May I offer just some feedback? I've been through this conversation a few times before, and I think there's probably several agencies that have been through this conversation before, and it's really hard. You guys are in a very, very difficult spot, and everybody's acting with really good intent. Councilor Alter, I believe it was when you were on HCDC, when this led to a joint meeting with HCDC, and there was a push to double the budget for aid agencies, maybe 2018, 2019-ish, and that's ultimately what the council discussed. And I think everybody was elated that the budget was doubled, but the way that that was allocated was that those who had requested more dollars got more money, and that really upset other agencies who didn't put out large requests, even though they may have needs. So I'd caution you a little bit to look at those requests, because different agencies come into this process with a different mindset on request. If they've received X number of dollars plus 2 or 3% for 15, 20 years, that's what they expect and that's what they ask for, even though those needs could be greater. So I would just caution you a little bit to look at that request amount. If I had to offer some advisement on this on the spot, if you're looking at making adjustments, my recommendation would be that if you want to fund Dream City and Center for Worker Justice, both who have zero allocation and the staff's recommendation, that you take them to the minimum amount. You've got several agencies that have that minimum amount now. And then if you want to bring the others up, I would suggest you look at those that have received a decrease from the actual allocation in 25. So you kind of start with Horizons, Big Brothers, Iowa Valley Habitat, and if those allocations have gone down from 25, maybe you just look to bring them back to those 25 levels, and then you use the minimum allocation for the 2 agencies that weren't funded. I think you're going to be better off looking at that type of framework than basing it off of a request when there's really no guidance in the application process for what that request level is.
Yeah, part of what I think what we're faced with is that equitable portion of this, or, I would say just how do you do this on the spot?
You don't. You don't. That's the point.
We certainly know that the needs are there, but how do we do it? I think, yeah.
I really think for the, if I still want to recommend for Dream City and for Center for Oka just a higher amount, and I would recommend that coming back from the Black Lives Matter Fund. It is there, and we did not use it, and it's for Black people. Yeah, they can do that. It is there. We did not use it at all. It's been sitting there for a long time.
Yes, I'm glad you brought that up because I failed to remember that with Councilor Burgess's earlier question. Yes, that is discretionary counselor dollars that you can assign.
I don't really have a recommendation at this point. I'm still open to whatever. I did write down, at least prior to Jeff's comment, minimum of 20,000 for Dream City and Center for Worker Justice, and that didn't really come with a lot of, I guess, strategy to it, except how do we begin to work piece by piece through this. And it seemed like to me that would be a starting point. And then if we were to look at, because there are folks that, there was strategy to their request. And so we don't want to, have anyone feel like we are picking and choosing up here, which a little bit of that is absolutely happening. I mean, we cannot deny that is taking place. And so, but I think with the intent of what I'm hearing from myself and my colleagues is we do see the need and we want to do we want to do something, and there's a lot of rationale as to why we want to do something. And we're still at what do we do? But I think if we could maybe start there and then maybe work on other requests.
I guess I'm looking at where, while the need is great from all, if we were to look at things that had been scored and had that got some bump or what have you, knowing it's not the full amount, et cetera, to me that is actually going in there and redoing everything. I think we need to have a framework and a structure to say what is the logic that's going to guide us. Well, thus far, it seems like it's that we have a couple of options. One is that every legacy agency gets funded. That seems to be one in some way.
Could I just inject that the city staff did go and rethought how they did it, and they looked at previous year allocations, and that's how they kind of based some of their recommendations. So I just wanted to put that there while you're also giving your remarks.
Yeah, and I simply meant that we needed to have a framework and a structure for how we think about if we're going to do this. It sounds like there's a good portion of us who are interested in doing that. What is the guiding logic? And so to go through and to look at, well, then, this agency didn't get quite what they wanted, and so to me, that's too much going in and redoing everything. But if we were able to look and say, we're committed as a council to fund all the legacy agencies, that's one thing that we can hang our hats on and say, there. Right, without saying, no, we're going to override. Well, we are, but I'm sorry.
There's some arbitrariness to this, no
There
matter
is.
what we
There
try
is.
to say.
But
and
if
I
we
think
can
own that.
attempt to not say, let's go back in and redo everything according to just what we think and what requests are. That's what I'm thinking.
Real
saying.
quick, is this our last funding round where we do legacy agencies and this terminology goes away?
Yes.
It's a 2-year cycle, though.
Yes.
So next year, we would just take these awards and prorate it based on the federal award that we get.
And how much we have in the Black Lives Matter? Half a million?
600, isn't it?
700 to 800-ish, maybe maybe
I
not.
do want to make sure that Councilor Wyland has his opportunity to speak. I heard him trying to chime in.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, it's kind of hard to chime in and not interrupt everybody, so my apologies. I just wanted to maybe briefly touch on, absolutely, I 100% respect that, this is something that, you have to sift through 800 pages of data, financials, applications, and come up with these hard numbers. And so the staff that do these things, it's, like we see the work and the things that we're talking up here, I think we just have like a little bit different roles. Like we, are elected and have like constituents that talk to us about things, and we go out and specifically talk to folks. And so I just think there's different perspectives. So it's not like we're trying to undermine what the staff is doing, but I just think that, like there is something political with this, and we have to figure out where we want to put money in our community too. And it's not about certain organizations and saying that their work is less valued, but sometimes there's one crisis and someone needs to be focused on a little bit more. And by someone, I mean a certain community. I just don't want to get into like I think we would be remiss to say that there wasn't an extreme attack on the immigrant community right now that we haven't seen in so long. And so I just don't think that is something that is inappropriate to say in a time like this. And same thing could be said for the free medical clinic. With the recent, House legislation, I don't know exactly what the status is with the Senate. According to Joni Ernst, it doesn't matter if we die, so I'm not confident about that. But we might see a bunch of people from rural communities lose health care, from people in our community lose health care. And where does someone who doesn't have any health care go to get health care? They go to the free medical clinic. And so in times of like extreme austerity and crisis, like what we are seeing now and what could get worse, we're not talking about something that is meant to undermine staff. It's just kind of like taking an overall look at the world and trying to anticipate what we will need and when we need to dig in more. And so that's what I think this is about. I definitely agree that we need to find a way that is the most fair. And I don't know exactly what that looks like. I do think that, especially since we, have so much money in the Black Lives Matter Fund, I think that this especially in this moment, and we can re-examine it next year in 2 years, but in this moment, I think we can do with digging in as much as we can. That's what I will say.
Okay.
If I could make a correction, just because I was able to look up the balance of that fund in the fiscal year 26 budget proposal, which we put out in January, we reported a balance of just over 620,000.
Sure. I guess I want to have like really different, new proposal. I have my little sticky notes. Yes, I think I'm going to say now why I'm advocating more money for CWJ again, because they have, this time they are working hard to reach to like immigrants communities. They're doing new programs to educate them about what's going on. And their work is being like suddenly increased without like budgeting for it. That's my rationale of giving them more money because of the political climate. Coming from where? Coming from the Black Lives Matter funding. Dream City, 20,000, CWJ 35, 4Cs adding 15,000 more, and Habitat adding 10,000 more. This is $80,000, and it can come from the Black Lives Matter times 2 will be $160,000, which is coming from Black Lives Matter, and I think that money is there for a reason. And I think it is sitting there. You know, if we don't use it now to support, you know, the black folks, because all those people are doing work for like black or brown people in the community, whether it's Dream City, CWA, 4Cs, Habitat, and if we want to do that, let us just take $80,000 from Black Lives Matter times 2 years, will be 160.
My
Mayor-
mind still goes back to the emergency funding request, and I don't, I'm just stuck.
So for the public who sees Megan and I whispering over here, we need to be transparent what's happening. So Mayor, I believe you said that the total shortfall, like if everything was funded at 100%, it was
58,000.
358,000. The difference between $1,099,034 and
Yes.
$740,212.50. Okay. So I very much appreciate that proposal, Mayor Pro Tem. I appreciate the framework that our city manager has offered. I think this is unprecedented times. This is the last time we will be doing this. I don't know if this is what you were suggesting, Mayor, but were you?
We could offer something unprecedented.
Right. So I don't know how people feel about just saying fully funding everything.
You know, this council has done that once before when HCDC
Yep.
came and
I
did a
love
joint
that.
meeting.
I remember that.
And while I am, I know the need, I know all these agencies, I think that is the easy way out. I just want to be very transparent that if we do this, this could just set us up for something in the future. But, you know, I don't know how you do this right now without just making a big leap to not be inclusive unless we try to figure out another way to do this, which I think we've been talking about that for a long time now. I guess if the 358, 821 and 50 cent, been here before, I can support it. I know that the need is great. That just means everybody is fully funded. I don't know what all other counselors support, but I could support that in this moment.
I think, yeah, I support that 100%, 200%.
Well, it would be also, recognizing this is a 2-year funding cycle, there would be a shortfall in the second year of 116,000. If
For
we were
what?
to use, the Black Lives Matter money to fund this.
I'm not, now, personally, I'm not
Maybe
saying
that's-
we
maybe
should
that's-
use that. I
right,
think
and maybe
we,
that.
No, we are not going to use the Black Lives Matter to
Yeah.
full fund all this organization. No.
They're all serving.
no,
all of
I
that.
understand
Still,
that.
It's a
Yeah.
great
we
way
understand,
to.
But we need to think about housing for black. We need to think about many things
We've
for
got
black people.
Habitat,
I
we've got
don't-
Shelter House. I mean,
I don't know that we have to debate where the funding is going to come from. I think we could, direct staff, and we know that we just finished having the commission, giving them opportunity to bring a report, and we don't know what those requests look like, but I am comfortable in this moment directing staff to say $358,821,000.50. Please, fully fund the request for fiscal year 2026 for all the legacy agencies.
Yeah, but I just don't understand why each time we just go to affordable housing and Black Lives Matter funding or those kind of like funding who have really been allocated for specific purposes. I've been seeing using the Affordable Housing Fund each time an organization come and ask for something. I saw that before. I saw it, but why? We can ask the staff to just like figure it out. When I said that, I said because those organization is a safe hub for black people. I understand any other organizations who are serving black, but they are not safe hub for black people. I'm going to tell you right now. Like, for example, I'm going to give you example, but I hate to like example side, take some organization and make it as example. But what I really mean, Dream City is really safe hub for black people to go there And that's why I'm saying using the Black Lives Matter funding. Center for Justice for Immigrants who are Black too. Go there, it is really a safe hub for them. Yes, they receive similar services from another organization, which is, I 100% admire your work, but not using, that's why I'm just saying we can use some of it to make those organizations get funded. But you know what's the difference between, they said you are using the entire Black Lives Matter, which is 600 something, just to full fund organization.
I was looking because it was a large pot of money and it was
No,
still
there is
serving.
opportunity fund. How much in the opportunity fund?
I think it's slightly over 200,000, 250, somewhere in there.
Yeah, you can use that.
I mean, I offered it up as an option. It wasn't to say, this is my proposal. I just offered it up because it was $600,000.
I understand
And
that, but now, this is really hurt Black people. I don't think that's a good idea. We assigned this during Black Lives Matter.
I think, so the mayor indicated, we don't have to say where the money is coming from. We need to understand that staff will have to use the priorities that we have provided to come up with the funds and let us know what those are, and if it requires a budget amendment, how that all has to work.
Yes.
So I don't think we need to specify specifically where.
Do we want to
Good
give,
enough.
do we want to give staff some sort of percentage of people served? I mean, if we're going to say use some from the Black Lives Matter, some from other sources, do we want to give them something sort of non-arbitrary to go on for that? Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm like really open for Dream City CWG Forces Habitat for Humanity to get this funding from Black Lives Matter Fund. Okay, but not the full funding. I was just requesting $20,000, 35, like 15 additional, and just like $80,000 from the Black Lives Matter funding, because we were thinking we're going to talk about affordable housing soon, and I think we need to talk specifically because we have fund specifically for Black people, and we want to talk about affordable housing for that.
Illegal.
I think what if we can agree, if there is a direction to the staff to agree to give the funding of 358, then I think that's what we do at this moment if people are willing. So I'm going to just ask if council is willing, and this may be
I'm in favor of increasing the total money, but I continue to believe that our professional city staff has a better sense of who also has ARPA funding, who also has unspent ARPA funding, who also may be asked aggressively versus who asked conservatively. And I think that there's something to be said about that knowledge that's not represented up here being part of this. So I'm for increasing the funding, but not for saying whatever you ask for, you can have it. That seems to be like a really bad slippery slope.
And also we can go back to what Jeff said earlier. You said that many organizations used to ask for just their needs, and after that they find out if they ask for more, they can get more. If they ask for less, yeah, maybe that's what the case right now. Having for full funding.
But we don't know that.
Yeah, I'm scared. I said maybe.
Yeah, no. I know that there has, from conversations in the past, that
yes, exactly.
it is, but we can't. I mean, that's so subjective.
So the question I will go back to at this moment for all of council is, I'm going to make, can we have a proposal for 358?
What, make a motion?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll move that we fund for $358,000 for $358,000.
Additional?
$821.50.
Second.
Additional.
Second. Oh, second by you.
Seconded by Wyline. Moved by Alter, seconded by Wyline. Any further discussion?
Mayor, I just want to understand, you would like to bump that up, and I think you had said about fiscal year '26. I want to make sure that it's clear, just
fiscal year '26. And
Right, because we know that that is only half, right? Because it's
Well, that's why
two-year
I'm asking,
cycle.
yes.
It's a two-year cycle. So what we know is that if loss should pass,
Mm-hmm.
I think that we heard that. I think there will be other opportunities in the future.
Okay.
Or
But-
do we want to deal with this all right now?
But really, I think we have to deal with it right now because first, you are fully funding a lot of organizations
So-
that.
Could I make one proposal, please? It would be the same thing. So if we're saying 358 for now, it would be for the future budget. We would also want the city staff for next year's budget as well.
No, but I'm saying even if we say only for this year,
Well, I would say it
yes.
would be for 2 years.
that will mean, I just want to say like why like if we said for only this year, that means next year the people who get zero, they're going to get zero. That's why I want at least the minimum, you know.
It would, well, it's a 2-year cycle, so.
Yes.
They'll be funded for 2 years. So we can, that's what I'm proposing is that it will be a 2-year cycle, so this would be 358 times 2.
Okay.
And everybody's fully funded for 2 years. And of course, that'll be for next year's budget. So we may need to revise
Right,
the
okay.
motion.
It's that
With
to
time-
fund the legacy agencies at the collective ask for $358,821.50 for 2 years, which is the
should be-
cycle at which we fund.
sorry, to clarify, it sounded like you said to fund them at that level. I assume what you mean is to fully fund
Yes,
the request by increasing the amount by the number you just gave.
Exactly.
Okay, and do we have
sure that was
Counselor
exactly
Weinlein
what I said.
seconding that motion again?
Yes, please.
All right.
To be clear, we're just putting this at the 1,099,034, right? I mean, that's the other way to say that a little more
Thank you.
easily.
Yes.
Okay, just make sure I understand.
Yes.
But it was very fun reading off of
All right.
Mayor's phone.
Can I make
All right.
one last comment? I don't want to draw this on, but I think this is really important that everybody understands. You are going to be voting on this and making funding allocations that have no bearing to the staff scoring at all. As long as you know that and you're comfortable with that.
I am not.
This will have no bearing to the staff scoring.
Yes, no.
Okay.
Yeah, very well aware of
Yep.
the positions that we're in right now. Any further discussion on this?
I would just like to reiterate that this is not to undermine the staff's work with doing the things within the parameters that council has given them direction. I think this is about the council understanding the moment that we're in right now and wanting to do what we can to ease whatever pressure on our community members. And by this one time fully funding these organizations for what they requested, I mean, through this time of austerity and craziness, I think that that's just, I think it's very clear what we're trying to do. And I think that, and so I very much support this, and I really want to thank Mayor Pro Tem, the mayor, everybody else who's on board with this, and I'll be supporting it happily.
Any other discussion?
I just want to make sure that the city, the city staff should figure it out, and hopefully it's not from the Black Lives Matter Fund.
I'm not super comfortable in this moment just figuring things out. I would like some council direction on the funding, and if it's
Understood.
just general fund reserves, it's general fund reserves. But there's been enough discussion amongst you where I can sense some different opinions on the funding source. So I would appreciate some direction on the funding sources that you.
Can you just remind us, like, Opportunity Fund now is at $200,000. Is this like every year? Like
No, that's a balance that carries over. So that $1 million affordable housing fund that we have, unspent balances in certain line items will get dropped into the Opportunity Fund, and that's what we use for new opportunities that come up. We've used that for land purchases, for kind of emergent needs that have come up. So it's a balance that we carry to be responsive in the moment.
Okay.
I just want to say I'm strongly supportive of increasing funding, but this mechanism is really the wrong way to do it.
I don't disagree with you one bit, but I also know that we're somewhat in a position, and it's not political for me. It's more, how do you go through and determine who gets funded and who don't?
I think that we set goals. I think discussion is over and we're voting.
Yes.
Sorry,
Yeah.
procedurally,
All right, yep.
I just feel like I needed to say that I am in support of increased funding. I think this mechanism is the wrong way to do it.
All right. Any other comments? Do you have the direction that you need, Jeff?
Not on the funding source.
Okay, so is council comfortable, saying use general funding for this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Any other comments?
Sure.
Roll call, please.
All right, and to be clear, this is for the motion to amend. Mo?
No.
Sala?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Wyline?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1, and now we'll go back so this was amending for the full funding allocations, essentially. Now, we are on that vote. Any other discussion? Because it's been amended. Roll call, please, and this is for the vote to provide funding essentially at the
100%.
at the 100% of request,
As amended, right.
as amended.
Okay. Sala?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes?
Wyline?
Yes. Sorry about that.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Mo?
No.
Motion passes 6-1. All right, thanks to everyone for this discussion. We're going to move on to item number 11.
We need a motion to accept correspondence, Mayor.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Sale?
Second, Burgess?
All right, so the motion to accept correspondence was by Salah and then by Burgess. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. We're at item number 11D, tobacco civil penalty and permit suspension, Almost Paradise. Resolution finding an employee sold tobacco to a minor and assessing a $1,500 civil penalty and 60-day retail cigarette permit suspension against Almost Paradise. Now, I do know that we need to allow a little time for setup of this, but could I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved. Mo.
Second, Burgess?
All right. So our city clerk just needs to get things attached for us. And because our city attorney office will be presenting the case, Assistant Johnson County Attorney Lynn Rose is here to advise the council. So, yes. And welcome to Attorney Lynn Rose, who is over here to our right. So welcome. Great. All right. At this time, I'm going to ask for staff comments. So welcome, Jennifer, the Assistant City Attorney.
Thank you. Good evening. As the mayor indicated, my name is Jennifer Shrikarath, and I am an assistant city attorney. This is a tobacco enforcement matter that is contested by the retailer and also where the criminal citation issued to the employee for selling to the minor has been dismissed. So in this case, first, the council will need to determine if there's been a violation of Iowa Code Section 453A.2, which prohibits an employee of a retailer from selling tobacco, tobacco products, alternative nicotine products, vapor products, or cigarettes to a minor. In this case, the council cannot rely on the criminal conviction for this determination because the criminal conviction was dismissed. If council does determine that the violation has occurred, then council shall impose a civil penalty. Even though the criminal citation was dismissed, the civil penalty is still imposed against the retailer because Iowa Code Section 453A.22 uses the term violated as the trigger for proceeding with civil penalties as opposed to the term convicted. Almost Paradise has 3 prior violations. The council's prior resolutions addressing the 3 prior violations are included in the council packet. The dates of the prior violations are June 30, 2022, January 12, 2023, and May 13, 2023. At this time, I'm going to have Sergeant Matt Ties provide some general background on tobacco enforcement, and then I will be questioning witnesses regarding Almost Paradise's 4th violation.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Matt Ties. I'm a sergeant with the Iowa City Police Department. I'm going to give you a quick overview on how tobacco compliance work. First off, the city has a 28E agreement with the Iowa Department of Revenue to perform tobacco compliance checks and enforcement. One compliance check is a year is completed at each business that has a tobacco permit. For businesses that fail that initial compliance check, a recheck is done on that business. How the compliance check works is that an underage person will work with the police department to conduct the compliance checks. The underage person is only allowed to carry their state-issued ID and any cash and whatnot that we give them. It is explained to the helper that there is absolutely no deceit in this process. If the clerk asks for their ID, they are to give them their ID. If they ask how old they are to give them their actual age. If they ask if you're old enough to purchase this, they are to answer truthfully that they are not. There is absolutely no deceit in this. When doing the checks, the helper is sent into a business and they will purchase a tobacco, vapor, or nicotine product. If the clerk or the business fails, the underage person will actually purchase that item and bring it back out to police. And then the officers will go inside the business, speak with the employee, and then issue a citation. The entire compliance check is audio and video recorded and observed by officers prior to issuing a citation. Once the citation is issued, that would be for an employee providing tobacco products, a vapor or cigarettes to anyone under the age of 21 years of age. And then that criminal citation is prosecuted in court at the Johnson County Attorney's Office.
I couldn't hear you when you said they will go inside and the person who's selling it will say, how old are you? And the person can just say, I'm 25, like this, or they have to provide ID?
What I'm saying is there's absolutely no deceit at all. Like, they will not lie. So if the employee asks how old they are, the helper, the person trying to purchase it, will give them their actual age. It's not a trick. It's not a game.
Okay, sure.
There's no
But,
deceit.
How people normally prove that? Like, for example, I'm not talking about the person you sent for like to examine this. I'm talking about just regular people who if they sell to the person you are sending, that means they sell for everyone else who are underage. Is the problem like they will ask or they never even ask? Like, did they ask like, how old are you? Or they just don't ask and
Yeah, so in these ones, like, if they don't ask or anything, our helper will purchase that. But
and is the person you're sending look like an old, like sometimes you see like kids, but in underage, but they look like older?
they're all
like
under
really reasonable age kind of person, or
like any other young person out there, yeah. So there's no deceit at all. So it's just they walk in there and if everything goes well, they will ask for their ID. It's not trying to trick them whatsoever.
Sure.
Okay.
And now I'll ask questions of the first witness, Grace Batchelor, who will appear by Zoom.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome.
Could you state your name, please?
Grace Batchelor.
And when is your birthday?
September 15th, 2004.
Did you assist the Iowa City Police Department on tobacco compliance checks?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do?
The officers had explained the tobacco compliance checks. I went into Almost Paradise. The clerk sold to me. We did a recheck, and they sold to me again without asking my age for my ID or how old I am.
And were you advised what to do if you were asked for your birth date or your age?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were you advised to do?
To tell them my actual age, to give them my actual ID, and to give them my actual birthday.
And you indicated that you were able to make a purchase at Almost Paradise. Was that purchase at Almost Paradise on May 29th, 2024 at 355 South Lynn Street in Iowa City?
Yes, ma'am.
And how old were you on May 29, 2024?
I was 19 years old.
And was that purchase recorded?
Yes, ma'am.
And how was it recorded?
The Iowa City Police Department gave me a phone that video and audio recorded.
And have you had the opportunity to watch the recording of that May 29, 2024 purchase?
Yes, ma'am.
And does the recording accurately reflect what occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, we're going to show the May 29, 2024 recording.
from Jacob.
You what?
I almost changed the password. Okay. Can I get a raspberry lemon breeze? Thank you. Sorry. You too.
Okay.
Wait, no.
Grace, does that recording show the May 29, 2024 purchase that you made as an underage individual?
Yes, ma'am.
After you left the store, did you provide the product and the recording to the police department?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions for you at this time.
Thank you.
I'll now ask the next witness, Officer Jeff Schmidt, some questions. Could you please state your name
Jeff Schmidt,
and your current employment?
Iowa City Police Department.
Were you involved in a tobacco enforcement at Almost Paradise located at 355 South Lynn Street in Iowa City on May 29, 2024?
I was.
And did an employee of Almost Paradise sell a cigarette, tobacco, nicotine, or vapor product to a minor?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall the name of the underage individual that assisted the Iowa City Police Department on that date?
Grace Batchelor.
And what evidence did you have that an illegal sale was made?
Well, I knew that she was 19 years old, so under 21. And then we were sitting outside the business in an unmarked car when she went into the business, purchased the product, and then came out with the product and handed us the product.
Assistant Attorney, can I ask you to step closer to the mic, please? Thank you.
Did you issue a criminal citation to an employee of Almost Paradise named Colin Henneman for selling a cigarette, tobacco, nicotine, or vapor product to a minor?
I did.
And are you aware that that criminal citation was dismissed by the magistrate court?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know why the criminal citation was dismissed?
Witnesses were not able to be present for the proceeding.
And is it your understanding that it was not dismissed because the sale did not take place?
Correct.
At this time, I don't have anything further to support the violation, but I do believe Almost Paradise may want to present.
I want to thank you all. Any questions from council at this time?
I do have a procedural.
I have one.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. This whole process is new and weird to me. So, is anybody currently right now under oath?
No, because this isn't a courtroom proceeding.
Okay, that's what I figured. That's my only question. Thank you.
My question is procedural. You mentioned that if we find that the sale occurred, then there was a violation, and then we would, at that point, we have to impose the penalty. Is that right?
The
I do
civil
wonder-
penalty, correct.
Okay.
I do wonder if some of the questions have to be appointed to our representative.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Attorney Rose. So as to whether or not the violation, or as to whether or not the sale occurred, since Counselor Weiline asked about, being under oath, this does feel sort of like a court proceeding, but it's not. What standard are we considering as far as the level of proof for finding there is a violation?
A preponderance, Counselor. Can everyone hear me? I feel like I'm
Yes.
kind of shouting.
Hear you.
Okay. It's a preponderance in this case, and the council is sitting in a position of essentially an adjudicator, deciding whether or not it happened. This isn't policy making.
Right.
Should the council decide that it happened, then the council, according to Iowa code, shall impose a penalty if that's the conclusion that's reached. Council doesn't have discretion about the penalty phase.
And just for my colleagues, the preponderance of the evidence, can you just explain what that standard means? It's more likely than not. It's not like beyond any possible doubt. Is that fair to say?
That would be an excellent description, Counselor.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you.
At this time, I'm going to ask the permittee, if present, if you would like to say anything at this time.
Yes.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Shannon Walsh. I'm an attorney in Iowa City, and I represent the owners of Almost Paradise. And I think that the fact that there are two tickets that were dismissed on the same day is relevant and should be considered. Also, the fact that hasn't been brought up is that this property, this business, has changed hands several times in this time period. It's not the same. I mean, she's calling it Ticket 4 and Ticket 5, but it's not. The business has changed hands. So I conferred with the state, and they said that tickets don't transfer to new owners and change of hands of the new owners. So I think that there's a lot to be disputed. My client is very unhappy and is already contacting a federal attorney, a federal practice attorney in Des Moines about this. He and some other tobacco store owners. I think their gripe isn't so much with the city, but as with the law. And but he also feels targeted based on his ethnicity. He's from Jordan, and he just feels like he's been harassed for several years now, and that he just is very unhappy, and asked me to come down here and assert that. But I do think that there's been a lot of unnecessary back and forth between the city clerk and him and the state, because he sold the business, and then new ownership files, and then the permits, and it's when you sell a business, you sell the goodwill of the business, which is the name. So Almost Paradise, just because it's operating the same and has the same name, doesn't mean it's owned by the same owners, the same people. So there has been a change in ownership, and I think that's an important point. I don't know what the point is of giving tickets if you're found innocent. If the court dismisses it, it should throw this whole thing out. It's really shocking to me the way this law is being applied. But that's all I have to say.
Ask questions.
I think I have a question for Lynn or for Ms. Rose. Do we take in consideration this? Are we really just determining whether this sale happened, or should we also be considering this change from the sole proprietor to corporation?
So at this point, you need to determine whether or not this sale happened. I would encourage you maybe to ask the city attorney if she has any information on the change of ownership, since she researched the question specifically. But I can advise the council that a change in ownership that is only the form of ownership and not the actual owners does not constitute a change for purposes of who gets cited as a civil matter. Okay? So the change of ownership is not relevant if the same people are still running the business, regardless of how ownership is structured. And there's Iowa case law on that. If council wants to know about that, we can cite that case for you.
Sorry, can you repeat that for me? I followed it, and then all of a sudden it went. So even if there's change of ownership, if the venue itself is still...
It's not just the matter of the venue.
Okay.
If the structure of the ownership changes, but the people running the business are the same people, the change in structure of ownership doesn't change liability.
And that is the case here?
It is, as we understand it.
Can we have this assistant city attorney tell us about that, since she did the research? Just hear it?
Yes.
Please.
So there has been one change of ownership. There was an attempt to change ownership. I believe it was in May, but it was at the time the moratorium was in effect. So that application intending to change ownership was rescinded, and a new application was filed as the sole proprietor. Then in January of 2025, there was the new device retailer permit requirement. And at that time, Almost Paradise had submitted their application for their device retailer permit in the name of a corporation. And in order to approve that permit, you have to have a tobacco permit. So Almost Paradise decided at that point to change their sole proprietorship to the corporation to match the device retailer permit so that the location could be approved for both. It was represented that it remained the same place of business for, I guess, all other intents and purposes, but the legal ownership did change from a sole proprietorship to a corporation.
And that's the same person in both cases, or? same-
Yes, my understanding is the same person is involved in still ownership and management.
Thank you.
I guess
So is there a council person that want to follow up with the permittee and ask any questions of the permittee?
I did have one question. You said that that you're representing has been harassed for several years, but you're also saying that this is a new owner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So if they're a new owner, how has it been?
And he, Mr. Shrari has been involved, but he does not own. It's changed ownership, but he manages it, and from a distance. I mean, it is what it is. I can't, but technically, and we're all being very technical here because of the law, when he went to Iowa City AP, which is the corporation, those are different people. It is not the same company as the Almost Paired, well, it was Almost Paired, it was an LLC. So it's changed hands.
From
But-
whom?
From whom to whom? Yeah.
Well, Mr. Shrari owned it originally years ago, and then he sold it to, I don't even remember the name. They're all Jordanian Arab names, but it has changed hands legally, and so
But then if it's
it is
changed
what it
hands-
is.
Who are you here representing tonight?
Yes.
Almost Paradise.
Which is the same business as it was years
There's
ago?
Well, I've continued with the business as it changed hands because it's the store is what I represent. And if it's a different owner, I deal with the different owners.
So which owner are you dealing with?
Pardon me?
So which owner are you actually dealing with currently?
The owner, the AP, ICAP, the corporation.
Yeah, but that's probably a person you're talking to. Who's that person?
It varies because there's a group of them.
Okay, in that group, does it include the same individual you just mentioned?
Mr. Shrari?
Thank you. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
He is a shareholder, but he's not the majority shareholder.
Ms. Walsh, our attorney indicated there's authority to support the fact that despite this change in the business ownership structure, that the violations would carry through to getting to the fourth violation. You indicated that that's not the case. Do you have authority for your position?
Well, I don't off the top of my head, but I do know that if it's a different ownership, the tickets don't. And the fact that it's a different structure, that's a different ownership. It went from an LLC to an corporation, so it's not the same. And the tickets don't transfer. And I got that directly
was actually-
today from the state.
Do they have, is there documentation from the state, or is there somewhere that we can look to see
I think you
that?
can
That's
look
my
on
question.
this-
That was actually one of my questions,
Yeah,
was the state says.
The state
but
has
Is there like a,
just a list of rules, of tobacco rules that you can look at, and,
I wish
I
I
got
had
this,
that.
I got this notice. I was out of town, and I got back, and I asked for more time to deal with this and prepare with it. And Jennifer was out of town, and she didn't get my request until just very, very recently. So I had to rush through this and deal with it. It was unfortunate, let's put it that way, that both of us were out of town. But I feel like it was kind of, because she, in her note, she said, feel free to contact me by such and such a date, Friday at 4 p.m. or something. And I think I got back on Wednesday night, and so on Thursday I'm calling. She's gone, and there's no way to discuss this. I did call Eric, and he was like, I don't know what this is about. I don't want to deal with it. Talk to her on Monday when she gets back. But here we are. I mean, it's just,
I was just interested in whether there was
Yeah, there's plenty.
documentation
I mean, there's plenty.
from the state, and
There's
if you had
plenty
that.
of policy and law that if you go on the tobacco.
Yeah, I was just hoping to have a specific
Yeah, I
reference.
don't have it with me.
Okay.
Because I didn't have much time to prepare for this. But, and I do know that you're going to do what you have to do, and my clients will do what they have to do. We'll see how it all turns out. But it's
You were saying-
unfortunate because I think these the way the law is written is you're, especially for him and these people, they own many of these tobacco stores throughout Iowa. And the last time I was here for some similar situation, there was a woman here who was from Des Moines, and she had gas stations all over the state, and she was very unhappy. You can't police your employees every second, and the fact that the employee sells to a minor, sure, give him a ticket, find him guilty, fine. But to shut a whole business down is a lot. You're putting a lot of people out of work. You're shutting down a viable tax-paying business. It's just seems completely at odds to what should be done. But that's my opinion. That's all I have.
I think you said. Anyway, you have said that you was needing like more time, so you can get prepared. I think what I believe in front of us now is this happen or not? Do you think you have more evidence could prove that this is not happen? And also, if I ask you, do you think this is happen or not?
Do I think?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
No.
Will you step to the mic, please? Thank you.
I have no idea if it happened or not. I was at court. Their witness wasn't at court, and it was dismissed. So I had no opportunity to cross-examine her or the police or any of it. And this is not a forum that I can do
You
that.
watched the video with us. We just watched the video with you right now. This is the first time for us too.
Yeah.
But from the video, like it clearly it happened. But what do you think?
I don't think that the video is reliable, frankly. It's very garbled and shaky, and you don't know what's happened exactly. I think you need to be able to have a court determine, have cross-examination, have evidence, do it through a court process, not just this council. No offense to the council. But
Thank
I
you.
think it's not a judiciary proceeding that you are doing, and those 2 tickets were thrown out by the court. So as far as that goes, it didn't happen.
You mean if we give you more time, you will come up with evidence showing us that this is not happen?
I can't say that for sure, but I certainly could do a lot more than I was able to do in 48 hours.
Can I ask for the case law that tells us about the transfer? Like what you were alluded to, what it means to transfer a business and at what point it's a new business versus not?
So the case, the citation for the case and the title is Nash Finch Company versus the City Council of Cedar Rapids, 672 Northwest 2nd, 822. This is a case from 2003. It is the most updated case law that's specific to the issue, and it's still what we call good case law. That means it hasn't been overturned. And this is out of the Iowa Supreme Court, not the Court of Appeals. Many thanks to Assistant City Attorney Ms. Schwickerath for helping me track down this site. And having reviewed that case, let me see if I can find the quote for you here. So the Supreme Court reasons that violations are logically aggregated by the place of business, not by a particular permit, meaning the permit has to be renewed annually, but if a violation happens in the same business over time, that's the logic to use to aggregate them to decide if you're dealing with the first, second, third, et cetera, violation. And then they go on to say that aggregated violations can occur during the terms of different permits covering the same place of business. And then, I don't know that I underlined the quote, but they have, they've got their reasoning here, but you're asking me for a quote. Hang on.
Oh, it's okay. Just
They do tell us the statutory definition of place of business is no help. But it says the word place has many definitions, and it is our judgment that one that fits best in this context is a building or locality used for a special purpose. So under the common meaning of the term any place, it can also mean wherever the business is conducted. And then they go on to say, because the statute is ambiguous about that, and because the Department of Revenue, which oversees the tobacco permits, allows a permit to be transferred between locations if a business moves, the agency interpretation implies that the focus of the regulatory scheme is the business or operation of the specific retailer, because once the retailer is issued the permit, it could be transferred to a different location. So it's about the business, right? If the business moves down the street, but the same people are running it, it applies. If the business changes its ownership structure, but the same people are running it, they're the same people who have been issued the permit. And that's why it works. I'd be happy to give you my copy of the case.
Just one other question as far as the, I think we heard that it would be wrong for us to vote to close this business. That's not what's in front of us tonight, correct? We're just finding whether or not the sale occurred, and then we don't have discretion. If we find that it did occur, more likely than not it occurred, then the penalty is imposed. Is that right?
That's correct, Councilor Burgess. The limit of your authority and jurisdiction in this matter is, did it happen or not?
Thank you.
But what's the difference? I really get confused. What's the difference between the 11B, D, and 11E?
That's,
Could you repeat your question?
I said, what's the difference? We have two items.
Our
here.
agenda items.
Oh, on the agenda, okay.
And I just would like to know what the difference, because one of them say like revoking, and the other one is say suspension and 60 days.
Two different violations.
Is this two different violations? Because it says selling to the minor, selling to the minor.
So the very last sentence of 11D says the civil penalty for a fourth violation within a 3-year period. And then in 11E, the last thing is the civil penalty for a fifth violation within a 4-year period. So we haven't heard about the next one yet, but I'm assuming that's going to be a different violation.
and that's just, it just pertains to the cigarette permit. So they've violated, and that would be the next step, where the city would give them a approval
Right, but I
for.
think we're talking about two different incidents. I think that's
Correct.
the question.
Yes, it is two different incidents, but I think to Mayor
You
Pro Tem
mean that the fourth incident is not enough to revoking the license, but here is another incident after that, make it 5. That's why it is the time to do that. Okay.
Yeah.
Counselor Sully, has your question been answered?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. If no more questions for anyone, then council discussion.
And also, Mayor, The one that is failed on the court, both of them or just one?
So can we have some explanation of what?
It's the difference between the two agenda items.
From
If there's
our,
a
from our
fourth.
attorney,
Okay,
Ms.
I
Walsh.
just wanted to say that both those tickets were at the same court hearing, and they were both dismissed.
But they're from
at
two
the
different,
same
we'll find out if they were from different incidents.
They were.
From the
So
city.
there's two different item numbers on the agenda because there's two different violations. One occurred on May 29th, 2024, and one occurred on June 27, 2024. So initially, everybody with a tobacco permit is checked, which is what happened in May of 2024. And then everyone that fails those checks is rechecked, and that's what happened in June. And this particular business failed both times. But they're separate agenda items because if you did not find, for example, if you don't find that the fourth violation occurred, we can't do them together because we need to know,
In order.
if the fourth occurred, then it's a fifth. If the fourth didn't occur, then we're looking at another alleged fourth.
Because the video that we watch is the fifth or the fourth?
That's the fourth. All the evidence that I've presented so far is for the fourth. I'll present the fifth when we
Oh.
get to the next agenda item.
Get you.
And
Thank you.
one question, so for the fourth one, when it took place, the staff and the business was notified of the fourth offense?
So the citation is issued to the clerk. So yes, they are notified.
Right at that time? Or,
Yeah, the citation's usually issued, and in that case, the officer went and issued the citation.
And that was in May.
Correct.
And that's the one is June.
Correct.
Like a month.
Okay, in the same, and is this like a normal thing that, the officer does or the police department when you find somebody when you cite someone, you're gonna come back and check on them? Or you do it for every, monthly for everyone? I just wanna know, what's the practice?
So the first check is done on every business that has a tobacco permit. And then the second check is done on every business that fails the first check.
Okay, get you. Thanks.
thank you.
Fair enough.
Counsel, if I could just note a terminology issue for you as well. We're using the terms citation and ticket sort of interchangeably, and just something to note. The Iowa code on these permits provides that the clerk that makes the sale, so the clerk you would have seen in the video, they receive a criminal citation, and that would be tried in the magistrate's court over at the Johnson County Courthouse. The citation to the business is a civil citation, and that's what's in front of you now. And those are two distinct and different things with two different standards of proof.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Interesting.
I think I'm ready to vote on this.
I'm ready.
All right, any other comment by council? Roll call, please.
All right, well, what do we, so a yes
the
vote
yes?
mean? Yeah, what does the vote mean? Do we need a motion?
So this is so the vote would be to, if you agree
That's fine.
that this took place.
Okay, so a yes
That-
vote
that-
means yes, this actually happened.
Correct.
Got it.
So I will say, I feel very weird about this whole thing about being someone up here reviewing evidence, potentially, effectively shutting down a business. And I know by law I'm not supposed to take that into consideration, but I don't understand how I'm supposed to take it into consideration in a neutral way when this isn't a court of law and there's witnesses here, but the witnesses didn't show up to the court proceedings, and I don't understand why they wouldn't show up to the court proceeding. And this is all just very weird for me. I'm not in a place where I'm going to vote yes on this. So I don't know if any other counselors feel the same, but yeah, that's just how I feel right now.
I just feel like the only thing that I can feel kind of like in the middle because the zero attorney said that if she would have had more time, maybe she would have be prepared more. And I would really be interested on seeing how can she prepare more and bring us like more evidence. And also another question that if we said this happened, yes, is this means automatically? No, you said this is different. Oh, sorry. I just want to say like, is this mean automatically we will revoke the license? But this is not the revoking one. This is just the penalty and the suspension for 6 days, right? Am I right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's for this one. That's correct.
Yes. And yeah.
I feel like I was able to understand that video well enough, to understand that that person never asked for an ID.
And
it was very, the audio was very clear. The video was fine. So.
And I would say that the law is there for a reason to sell to someone that is 21. No judgment, but certainly, since today is finally, believe it or not, June 3rd, I would say for anyone with children, they would want the clerk to ask their child for ID.
Yeah.
And so for me, they didn't follow the protocol that the agency has said, and I mean that's what we're voting on here. There's no judgment here. Did it happen or did it not? And the video and all the evidence today showed that it happened.
Yes.
So
I agree with that.
Roll call, please.
Teague,
Yes.
Wyline,
No.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Mo,
Yes.
Saleh.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1. We are on to item number 11E, tobacco permit revocation, Almost Paradise, resolution finding an employee sold tobacco to a minor and revoking Almost Paradise retail cigarette permit. Because the city attorney's office will be presenting the case, Assistant Johnson County Attorney Lynn Rose is here to advise the council. And could I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved, Mo.
Second, Alter.
And I'm going to invite our the Assistant City Attorney Jennifer back up at this time.
So I think on the prior item, after you make the finding, then you do need to assess the civil penalty.
Is that in the?
I think we
that
voted
was-
on
Even
the
though we have no
resolution.
discretion?
Yeah.
Oh, you voted on
Yeah,
the,
I
okay.
think we just approved the resolution.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, my mistake. So this is the fifth violation that occurred on June 27, 2024. So as I stated in the previous item, first, we do not have a criminal conviction in this case as the matter was dismissed due to the witness's unavailability. So council will need to determine whether or not the violation occurred. And then if it's determined that the violation has occurred, this would be a fifth violation, which would result in the revocation of the permit. At this point, there's 4 prior violations. In your council packet, you have the June 30, 2022, January 12, 2023, May 13, 2023, and you just determined that the May 29th, 2024 violation occurred. At this time, I'll ask questions of Grace Batchelor by Zoom.
It's the same person.
Could you state your name?
Grace Bachelor,
And what is your birthday?
September 15, 2012.
And did you assist the Iowa City Police Department with tobacco compliance checks on June 27, 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
And what instructions did you receive from the Iowa City Police Department?
If the clerk asks my real name, or sorry, my real birthday, my real ID, and my real indication of my age, then I have to truthfully tell them what it is.
And do you recall making a purchase at Almost Paradise located at 355 South Lynn Street in Iowa City on June 27, 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
And how old were you on June 27, 2024?
I was 19.
Were you able to purchase a cigarette, tobacco, nicotine, or vapor product from an Almost Paradise employee on June 27, 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
And was this purchase recorded?
Yes, ma'am.
And how was it recorded?
The same phone with video and audio recording.
And have you had an opportunity to watch the recording of the June 27, 2024 purchase?
Yes, ma'am.
Does the recording accurately reflect what occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show the June 27, 2024 recording.
There you go.
Could I get Mighty Mint North?
Yeah, you can It's gonna be 14. You ain't trying to hold me down. You trying to hold me up. You trying to waste my time. You want the money from the paper run. Time don't wait on no one. You can't waste your time. I put my land on the ticket and I hate them.
Oh gosh, this thing is so small. Thank you. You too.
Does that recording show that you were allowed to make a purchase and you were not asked for your birth date or your identification?
Yes, ma'am.
After you left the store, did you provide the product and the recording to the Iowa City Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have any further questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll now ask some questions of Sergeant Matt Ties. Were you involved in tobacco enforcement at Almost Paradise located at 355 South Lynn Street in Iowa City on June 27, 2024?
Yes.
And did an employee at that Almost Paradise location sell a cigarette, tobacco, nicotine, or vapor product to a minor?
Yes.
Who was the underage individual that assisted the Iowa City Police Department on that date?
Grace Bachelor.
And what evidence did you review that an illegal sale was made?
We know that she is underage. She went into the business without any vape or tobacco or anything on her. There's audio and video recording that we can watch live. And when she purchased the tobacco or the product, she came out and provided it to the officers.
Was a criminal citation issued to an employee of Almost Paradise named Jason Allen for selling a cigarette, tobacco, nicotine, or vapor product to a minor?
Yes.
And are you aware that that criminal citation was dismissed by the magistrate court?
Yes.
And do you know why that criminal citation was dismissed?
The witness was unavailable.
And is it true that it was not dismissed because the sale did not take place?
Correct.
I do not have any further questions for you. And I don't have any further evidence in support of the sale.
Procedurally, and this is a layperson, why would what is the rationale for dismissing that citation with the absence of a witness? Is it just simply because that's where the support for the video is, and so there's just not enough to go forward? Why would it be dismissed rather than postponed?
Well, so our office does not prosecute the criminal citations. I do know that in this case, these matters were continued a number of times. I believe it was on both sides. And so when a fact witness is not available, often a case is dismissed because you just can't prove it up. And again, in a criminal court, you're dealing with a different burden of proof.
Sure.
And you're also dealing with different evidentiary rules.
All of that helps me. Thank you.
And also, I think in the video, you cannot even see who that person is in the video because there is no, like, her face is not there.
The tattoo.
But it's still, but
Same
she
tattoo?
wasn't there to say, yes, this is me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So,
I see.
anyway, I just want to ask you just procedure questions. If we said yes, we have to, if we said yes, that means automatically the license would be vacated, right?
Correct.
There is no another option?
Not under the code and the administrative rules that govern this process.
Okay, and there is no another option around this for us as a council?
Not under the code and the rules that govern this administrative process.
And is this code, this is, again, sorry, complete just lack of understanding of the technicalities. Is this code, this is state code?
Yep. Yes.
Okay,
You are in Iowa Code Chapter 453A, specifically subsection 22.2E.
Okay,
For
thank you.
this one.
Thank
And
you.
also, do we have to act on this?
If I may interrupt, I'm not sure if Attorney Walsh would like to speak to this violation.
Oh, I am so sorry.
Oh,
Yes.
somebody? Oh,
Well, yes, so comments by the permittee.
sorry.
Everything that I said previously applies to this ticket as well, even more so, because they will shut the business down if this is done. But there are options for appeals, and they will be taken. So, but that's all I have
Okay.
for now.
Any questions for,
Yeah, thank you. I'm just thinking, like, is there is a way we can, this is the fifth. And even if we approve this or not, they're going to have one more, they have the suspension, they have the $1,500 penalty, and they will be having, still they will be having one more, or does that have to be per year?
no, it's, there,
Like fifth, 5 citation per year, or is 5 citation automatically you revoke it?
You're
Like,
revoked
yeah,
after the fifth
5. It doesn't
citation.
matter when it happened, maybe one now, one after 2 years, it doesn't matter. You
No,
understand what I'm-
there is a time period, so it has to be 5 within 4 years.
Within 4 years. And do you know when all those happen, if you don't mind?
So the first violation was June 30 of 2022.
Okay.
And so then now the fifth violation is June 27 of 2024. So we've got the 5 within 2 years.
The 5 was in 2 years. And you said 4 years, right?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know, I'm just trying to figure out a way, because still, even if we did not do anything on this one, still they have only one more again to be revoked. So I said, I don't know.
So I do have I would like to re-see the video, please.
There you go.
Could I get Mighty Mint North?
Fortunately. You ain't trying to hold me down. You trying to hold me up. You trying to waste my time. You want the money from the paper. Time don't wait on no one. You can't waste your time. I put my land on the ticket.
too.
And I probably should have noted that this is council discussion.
I'm going to be completely honest. I don't know what Mighty Mint North is. And I still feel weird by the fact that we're operating in like a space that it's not a criminal court. It kind of feels like one. But the burden of proof is different. And I don't know, like people aren't required by law in this setting to tell the truth. So why are we basing our decision on people who, I don't know. It's just weirding me out. It's all I'm going to say.
I kind of agree a little bit on that because I feel like now this is a business in our community and we are not really on a court. And maybe we can become a little flexible, on giving chance to a business in our town. And can we just do something without even like act on this, like defer it indefinitely? And just don't act on it, or
Based
don't
on
know.
what I
But
saw, it
we're-
seems like a business that profits off selling cigarettes to children. So
Yeah.
I clearly saw that sale and am prepared to vote.
Yeah.
She's 19, not a child.
Underage. Thank you for correcting that. But I'm not convinced that we should be giving second chances to people who are harming the public health.
Yeah.
Or sixth chances.
I mean, we did for the creatine, we did not act on that, but still, I just feel like we can do something since the court has been dismissed. Maybe we can do something as a council for one more time.
I'm going to go ahead and I mean, our job here, and it is part of our job to decide if we thought a violation occurred or not. A violation occurred, the person never asked for the ID. Adding insult to injury, this was the second time in less than a month with the exact same person.
It wasn't the same exact,
Yeah.
It was the
exact
same
staff, or.
I'm sorry, not same staff member, but the same
Yes.
person,
Different staff.
different staff. But the thing is, when you get a permit, you agree to make sure your staff doesn't do this. So that is part of that's part of the business. And, the fact that not only was it so many in such a short period of time, you had 2 in a month. And and again, our job, and that is just part of our job in situations like this, kind of like how when we do planning and zoning, we are in a semi-adjudicative role. It just feels very similar to me. That's part of the job. And the video, he never asked for the ID. It's pretty, it's not a question of somebody lying. We saw it. So I'm also comfortable to vote.
I would just say, and if I am strongly out of this is the wrong comparison to make, somebody, staff, attorney, or the city manager jump in here. But we have before us about whether we should ban kratom, let alone regulate. We have regulations in place. This has been a violation of it 5 times. For an establishment whose sole business is to know what the regulations are in order to sell this. So I saw this, and they know what they need to do to be able to sell this product and what they can't do. And it wasn't one time, it wasn't twice. This is the 5th time in 2 years.
3 years.
3 years.
And normally, do you do that like 1 month apart when you do the other check? Or you have like, I don't know, like, because one was in May, one was in June.
Right.
Normally that what you do, that's the normal practice, like
Yeah, so
months apart?
I think it could vary a little bit, but usually the recheck is fairly quickly after the initial check.
I think the evidence is clear that the violation occurred. I appreciate the concerns about the impact of this, as well as the concerns about how this proceeding is going. And Oliver, it's really weird for all of us, and probably least weird for me because it's more like a court. But even though the witnesses were not put under oath, even though the rules of evidence are different as they would be in court, I think that, we just have to say it is more likely than not that was a sale of a tobacco product or a nicotine product to a minor, or to someone under 21. Sorry, trying to be precise. So I believe the evidence is more than a preponderance. I believe it is very clear, and that I'll be voting yes.
Yeah, the evidence is clear. I'm not going to doubt that.
That's the challenge, 'cause
Yes.
it's clear.
Yeah, that's why when I request, I said just don't vote on it. But because if we vote, we have to say the evidence clear. It's clear, I agree it's clear.
Any other discussion by council? Roll call, please.
Wyline?
No.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Moe?
Yes.
Saleh?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes, motion passes 6-1. We are on to item number 12, is announcements of vacancies previous. 12A, announcements of vacancies previous, is going to be Community Police Review Board, one vacancy to fill an unexpired term upon appointment through June 30th, 2027. Human Rights Commission, one vacancy to fill an unexpired term. Applications must be received by 5 p.m. Tuesday, July 1, 2025. Public Art Advisory Committee, one vacancy to fill an unexpired term. Applications must be received by 5 p.m. Tuesday, June 10th, June 10th, 2025. Airport Zoning Board of Adjustment, one vacancy to fill a 5-year term. Airport Zoning Commission, one vacancy to fill a 6-year term. Board of Appeals HVAC Professional, one vacancy to fill an unexpired term. Historic Preservation Commission Brown Street, one vacancy to fill a 3-year term. Historic Preservation Commission Jefferson Street, one vacancy to fill a 3-year term. Historic Preservation Commission Jefferson Street, one vacancy to fill a 3-year term. Historic Preservation Commission Summit Street, one vacancy to fill a 3-year term. Historic Preservation Commission Woodlawn Avenue, one vacancy to fill a 3-year term. Vacancies will remain open until filled. We're at item number 13, City Council information.
I'll be traveling with multiple people from Greater Iowa City and the Cedar Rapids Economic Alliance, as well as Ron Kanaki from our Public Works Department, to advocate for a variety of things at the federal level. And we're really focused on 2 things I think are really important to this community. One would be 3 things, sorry. CDBG funds, so advocating to that to continue and increase if possible. Talking about workforce and education, and specifically federal research funding, NIH and NASA and NSF funding, which is of course critical for all the people who are in the research and R&D realm in our community. And then finally, the Burlington Street Bridge project. It is a blossoming project. It's going to be big, going to be expensive, and we're going to need a lot of federal help to get it done. The costs are pretty broad as what we think it is, but we're certainly going to need help. So happy to report back next time on what we learn, but if you guys have any specific requests, happy to take those to our federal delegates.
I'll try to be quick, but I actually have a bunch of things. And so, here we go. This Thursday, June 5th, is Party in the Park at McPherson Park, which is going to be really exciting. There's also a celebration for the Student Build at 724 Ronalds on Friday from 4 to 6, which is fantastic. They've been doing great work, and this is everybody gets to see it and celebrate it. Next week, DVIP is hosting, I think, kind of a show or a get-together at the Stanley Museum of Art. Thursday, June 12th, Art as a Response to Trauma. It looks really interesting, from 5 to 7. And then on Friday of next week, Habitat for Humanity is doing the Billy Townsend Women Build dedication ceremony on Blazing Star Drive, which is in my neck of the woods, which is going to be phenomenal, and it's absolutely honoring a tremendous community partner. And then the last thing, a little personal news, is that I announced my re-election kickoff last Thursday, May 29th. So there are some of us up for, well, seats are going to be up for re-election in the fall, and I am running to defend this one. So that's it.
I guess when I say like Friday the 6th is Eid holiday for the Muslim community, and I would like to wish all the Muslim in Johnson County happy Eid and Eid Mubarak.
Yes, yes, yes.
Very cool.
I guess I'm currently in New York City right now. That's not why I'm here. So it's 10:30 here. So I'm probably a little bit sleepier. But I'm here for the conference on advancing the field of alternative response, and I'm meeting really, really good people who have so much knowledge and insight about crisis response. And so I'm excited to, finish the next 2 days of the conference and share everything with y'all. It's been fun.
All right, we'll move on to item number 14, report from city staff. City manager. City attorney.
Nothing for me, thank you.
City clerk.
No.
Item number 15, adjournment. Can I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
All right, moved by Burgess, seconded by Salah. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned.
Thank you.